This is Bristol. It's Friday, it's 5 o'clock. Welcome to Not the BCFM Politics Show on the 21st of February 2025, streaming live from Eastone Studios in Bristol, one of several Templar ports Bristol is in the Empire of Lies. Nothing to do with the Knights Templar Freemasons, I'm sure, who dominate proceedings down at Park Street in the Masonic Hall there. We're live on the talkradio.org.uk stream, in also DJ Plug Radio in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, live also on the Not the BCFM Politics Show app, available free from APK Pure or Apple App Stores, but not on Google Play. And really, it is the best way to listen to the show. The app, it works beautifully, famous last words. But and it's also got all the longer clips. It's very easy to do things like play it on your Bluetooth in the car off the app, and it will download all the clips for you, so you don't have to have the data on while you're driving around. Fantastic job Nick's done with it, and you can get it from the Apple App Store, but also APK Pure, or a little link just underneath the big green button on the show page at thisweek.org.uk for the app. I'm Tony Gosling. Thank you for turning off the psycho in the corner, gaslighting us with its zero trust agenda psyops, bending our minds with sophisticated distortions, or boring us to tears with irrelevant distractions. Puff pieces on the conspirators, hatchet jobs on the heroes. Looking at, for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, the so-called solutions to these multiplying crises, deliberate, of course: Gaza, Ukraine, COVID, migrants, prisons, farming, cost of living, NHS, climate, the Armageddonist, accelerationist policies crafted to make every crisis worse. And what a perfect example we've got this week to talk about that, which is a place called Drax, which is a gigantic power station up in North Yorkshire, where the climate activists successfully shut down the use of coal there, which I personally don't agree with. But anyway, they apparently had a great victory in closing this gigantic coal-fired power station down, which was actually thriving away or mostly on imported coal rather than coal made here, which is a whole nother story in itself. But then, of course, the answer is we're going to feed loads and loads of trees into this power station. So that's perfect for accelerationism, isn't it? The politicians have nothing to say. Nick Land's techno-behaviourist dark enlightenment puppets, the cowards and control freaks, see us as slaves to their AI. Albert Pike's World War III curse relies on people's blind obedience, but actually people are waking up to this, aren't they? Meanwhile, wife-murdering pantheist Wef King Tampon Charlie and vampire Queen Carmilla are waging war on the British people, as well as on China, Russia and the BRICS, through panderide energy saboteur Secretary Ed Miliband. But it's not the end of the world. Or is it? As we learn, you learn. And so helping us navigate the accelerationist Wef Fourth Reich matrix this week is Dr. Judith Brown, who's an expert on Yemen and also runs a blog called The Control of Information. Hi, Judith. Welcome to the Politics Show.
Hi, Tony. Thanks for inviting me.
Now, there's lots been going on about the control of information, haven't there, the last couple of weeks? We've seen quite an extraordinary political storm, should we say, caused by the arrival of Donald Trump. Do you want to just take us through what's been going on?
Yes. Well, I think that Donald Trump, his first day in office, he signed a document to say that he wanted to reduce censorship. I think that America, unlike the rest of the world, has a First Amendment, which means that the American government can't censor or stop the speech of American citizens and can't stop protest and can't influence journalists. Of course, everybody else can, but the American government can't. So because that's required in the First Amendment. However, increasingly, American governments have pushed back on the First Amendment, and there was a release of files when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and they were emails between the American government and social media companies, both Facebook and X, and these showed that the American government had been pressurizing social media companies to censor certain people and censor certain posts.
Well, they censored Donald Trump, didn't they? They actually suspended his account, deleted his Twitter account.
Yeah, they did on Twitter, that's true. And also, there was a lot of smearing of Donald Trump. I mean, people have different views about Donald Trump. I think that you should judge everyone on, their policies, not their personalities. But, I mean, I don't particularly like him as a person. But having said that, there was a group called Hamilton 68, and Hamilton 68 said that the Kremlin and pro-Russian activists had actually put out a lot of propaganda that had resulted in Trump winning the first election, I think in 2016. And anyway, all of that was found to be complete rubbish. And then, of course, the CIA, with the help of US Aid, which isn't an aid organisation, it's US Agency for International Development, and another organisation called OCCRP, the Organised Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Actually, they put forward a case for Donald Trump's impeachment, which in effect that case didn't succeed. But I think that Donald Trump came into power with a feeling that he wanted to take revenge against US Aid and OCCRP, and that's exactly what's happened.
Well, the thing is, Donald Trump, the now US president, was treated like some sort of annoying scallywag by deleting his Twitter account, and of course that means all of these previous tweets are also deleted. He's been basically cancelled by them, and it's just seemed to me that this must have enraged him, like it enrages a lot of human rights campaigners who've had a similar. I mean, I'm not saying he is a human rights campaigner, but lots and lots of people have been victims of this over the years. Twitter has just decided to, just completely erase everything they've ever written.
Yeah.
I think you can get a download of your all of your tweets. You're allowed to have that, and I suppose you could just put that up as a HTML file or something on the internet, so you might have a record of what you've done, but it certainly wouldn't be in context of all the other tweets that you've responded to, etc. So what they're able to do is just at the press of a button, Twitter, and it sounds like with the connivance of the Biden administration, to press a little button and completely delete somebody who may be a lawyer, an expert, or even a former president.
Yeah, well, in fact, not that I'm anything to do with America, but Facebook told me that my posts would go nowhere because I'm investigating censorship, and they really didn't want that post to get out. And everyone said that they weren't receiving my posts.
Yeah,
I don't know whether that's shadow banning. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm still shadow banned because there's some changes.
There's no transparency
on Facebook,
about this.
No, there isn't. But I think that one of the things on the executive order of Donald Trump was that he said that if social media companies in America, of course, it doesn't apply in UK, but in America, if social media companies shadow banned someone or censored them or closed their account, that they had to inform them, and they also had to give them a chance to appeal. So hope that's in America, of course. I think that that isn't occurring in UK, and I think that there's a tension there, which actually I've been investigating in the last couple of weeks. Those posts will go out on my Substack in the next couple of weeks, looking at the effects of the things that Trump's executive order and the changes in Facebook and Elon Musk's involvement in the Department of efficiency in America. I think that
this is DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the trouble with this is somebody like Elon Musk he's possibly the worst person to do that job because he's got a vested interest in replacing these civil servants in the United States with his data centers.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I've always had a sort of a very open mind about Musk. I mean, when he bought Twitter, and which is now called X, a lot of people felt that he was a free speech absolutist and started sort of like really admiring him. But I've always had a step back, really. I think maybe he's got some things like that are good and a lot of things that are bad. I mean, he's a stinking rich man like Trump, really. And
well, he's even richer than Trump. In fact, yeah. I mean, he seems to be able to do absolutely anything, including send a rocket to the moon. No, Mars, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying he's going to do. We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, J.D. Vance, what's the significance? We're going to hear a bit from his speech. What's the significance of this?
Well, to go back before you do the clip, one of the things is I think that you know of Mike Benz, who runs the Foundation for Freedom Online, and he was in part of the previous Trump administration. I don't think he's in this administration. Was a cybersecurity expert, but he maintains that the reason why Europe was sort of pressured by America to introduce the Digital Services Act, which legalises censorship, and in UK the Online Services Act, which legalises censorship, always dressed up as protecting the vulnerable and whatever. But that's exactly what it is.
This legislation in Europe and Britain is worthy of a mention here because the idea is it introduces a new category of crime.
Yeah.
So it's what they call legal but harmful. Yeah. So even though you're actually not breaking the law by saying it or making some sort of an expression, they're saying that this could upset people.
Yeah.
People might consider this to be a form of harassment of one sort or another. But actually, that the individuals who say they're being harassed, well, actually, where is the payback if they just make it up? And they don't like what you're saying, so they're saying, oh, you're harassing me.
Absolutely, but of course, Benz makes the point that this is a backdoor censorship of the American people because there's absolutely draconian measures against anyone who doesn't keep to the exact rules of the DSA and the OSA in UK, and he thinks this is a sort of backdoor way of censoring Americans because, of course, the American government can't censor them, but the Europeans and the British can. So therefore, he sees it as backdoor censorship because obviously it's censoring big American companies. What it does then is you've got a situation where the two giants of social media, Facebook and X, they face a sort of repercussions if they censor in USA now. I don't think anyone even a few years ago saw the situation arising where an American president or government or administration would try to defend the First Amendment, but it's happening.
Well, a year
good
before
or bad.
He was elected, Donald Trump put out a series of videos about changes he wanted to see, and one of them was something called a digital rights bill, which sounds to me as if it's desperately needed across particularly the Western world.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the incursion of all of these new forms of law where, I mean, let's just say something about the old-fashioned way of doing this was that, so for example, there are specific things that you've always been able to be arrested, or it's a crime. For example, incitement to a crime. Yeah. So if say for example you're on the radio and you say something about, I think that people should go and do X, Y, Z, which is criminal, that is both the broadcaster and the individual saying it are potentially prosecutable by the police, and so incitement to crime is the same. It's same as, in fact, hundreds of years ago, if you were to say in the street, I think everyone should go and kill the king or something like that. So if you were to say that, you could potentially be arrested in the old days, but that's been quite normally and sensibly translated into the broadcast media and into the print media.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
And if you do, it's potentially a crime. You can be investigated, arrested, even jailed.
Yeah.
So then the idea is you introduce another whole completely new, different form of something that someone says online that somebody somewhere else doesn't like.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the social media companies, now they have a dilemma, because if they censor certain types of speech in American citizens in USA, they'll be subject to penalties. But if they don't censor in Europe, they're subject to even bigger penalties. I mean, it's 6% of the worldwide turnover, the fines. And if they don't provide evidence, I think it's 5% a day of their worldwide revenue.
Yes, it's a bit awkward.
So the fines are really draconian. So the social media companies are sort of like between a rock and a hard place. And it's quite interesting that Zuckerberg is trying to sort of like keep both sides happy.
Well, straight away, he weighed in, didn't he? He came out, this is probably a month ago, just after Trump's inauguration, and said, by the way, we're getting rid of fact-checkers now. This must have been music to your ears. You keep an eye on these fact-checkers.
Yeah.
Can you just explain, in a nutshell, who they are, who pays for them?
Well, they're an army of sort of like, I think hundreds of thousands of people in every corner of the globe.
Is it people or is it bots?
It's both, because they have a sort of a machine-human interface, and so you get a machine that has algorithms that picks out certain words, and then humans go through that and decide what to do with those particular posts. So, and also they make statements as to why it's evil, and when they decide to censor something.
I'm not sure. I think it might be the other way around too, because I've seen several things which have been suddenly hidden, or I've got some sort of penalty as soon as I post them. And then it says to me, you can appeal this, and then that's what I mean. So it's done by a machine, but then somebody, and I find it rather annoying being censored by a machine. They don't, by the way, read any sort of humour or irony, these AI censorship bots. And then I think the idea is that, and this is very similar to the way that the National Security Agency works. Funny that, isn't it? That where, for example, if you're typing in a search into Google and you're typing for something extremely sensitive at that specific time, this will flag it up to somebody sitting on a computer in the National Security Agency. Say, who is this that's typing this into Google, and what are they up to? So they can do that. That's the way these interfaces work. So, but anyway, so Zuckerberg said we're getting rid of the fact checkers.
Yes, but we don't. The thing is getting rid of fact checkers in the USA, I think it's scheduled for March. But whether there's fact checkers in all the rest of the world, I mean, hundreds and thousands of them, because they're in every single country, every single language. They advertise for people with minority languages. They're all paid for by the immensely rich and powerful. These Open Society and the Gates Foundation and whatever. They're sort of funding this.
So this is George
fact-checking.
Soros.
Yes, he does a lot of pays a lot of the fact checking in Europe. In Africa, that's the only country where Gates tends to pay for the fact checkers, and you've got a sort of like a whole pile of different foundations: the Craig Newark Foundation, Illuminate. So all of these sort of like really, really incredibly wealthy people that pay for censorship. And of course, the other thing is that with this, which I think is more insidious than fact-checking, is the media literacy programs, where people start thinking that if you see something that you disagree with, then this speech is dangerous, or so you put something online and somebody disagrees. Say you sort of, one of the classic ones is to say that my son was injured by a COVID vaccine. Then somebody sort of like comes up and says that's dangerous speech because it'll stop people having vaccines. So this is the whole issue. So I think that this notion of if you hear speech on sort of like gender, it's hate speech. If you say that I don't think men should take part in women's sports, for example, then this is hate speech. If you say that you don't think that the genocide against the Palestinians is right, then this is anti-Semitism. They sort of like twist it, and it's through this media literacy, which now is so extensive. I think it's much, much bigger than the fact-check industry. I mean, in UK, when I was investigating the media literacy in UK a few months ago, there are 175 media literacy groups. It's all being controlled by Ofcom, and then they still report to Europe, to EMIL, which is the media and information literacy organisation in Europe. So even though we're not meant to be in Brexit now, but when instead of the EU paying for the whole programme, what they say is this is paid for by the EU and Innovate UK. In other words, instead of the UK giving money direct to Europe and then Europe paying the whole bill, what happens is a little bit is given by Innovate UK and the rest is given by the EU. So the UK is still part of all these censorship organisations, all of these media literacy organisations, still part of them. And I think that people know about fact-checking, but they don't know about this media literacy, which is a brainwashing program, Tony.
Well, look, let's talk about that for a minute. There's a couple of aspects to this I think I want to pick out. One is just the role of social media taking over from the mainstream press, because it's important, I think, to lay down this is a completely new model of media, and particularly of news and current affairs. I mean, the documentary side of news and current affairs has been totally denuded, but there obviously is still things like rolling news. And if you look at the trust levels that are in rolling news nowadays, you're down to around about 30% of people in Britain trust it. The Press Gazette, which is the journalist magazine, does quite a good weekly, no, they should do it weekly, annual survey of the public to see how much they trust what they're seeing in the mainstream press. So that's down to 30. So this has chased anyone that is intelligent away from mainstream legacy media. So hence they're now all operating in social media. Hence the need to control the social. Now, if we go to COVID, for example, so you were talking about vaccines there. So this is a scientifically contentious area, and yet we've had decisions by higher ups at the BBC and in other mainstream press saying that we must implement exactly whatever the World Trade Organization say. That is the truth, the world truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and that anyone that says anything against this is somehow wicked, evil, and has to be censored. Now, that's not so easy to do on social media, which is why the imposition of this form of censorship on social, and let's just take for one example, is this what is it? A pill called Ivermectin.
Oh yeah.
Right. So Ivermectin is a fantastic. I would just like to just tell you a little bit about something that happened with me last weekend. Listeners were listening last week. They'd have heard Dave coughing and choking in the back. Well, coughing anyway, not choking. Thank God. But he'd had a few days off work last week because he had a bit of a cough was developed, and when I got back on Friday after doing the show last week, I thought, oh God, my runny nose, I started sniffling. So do you know what I did the next morning? It was still there. I took 2 Ivermectin pills, and by 11:30 I was fine. Absolutely fine. I took 2 the next day and on the Sunday, and it's just gone. So this is safe. It's extremely effective. And so what's happening is this was being ridiculed in the mainstream press and in social media, including things like Twitter, Facebook, etc., censoring information about this stuff, which is a potential lifesaver.
So we're talking about it being a horse drug, but of course it's not only works on animals, but human beings are animals, and it works on human beings too. And it's been around for an awfully long time. And when you look at its profile, it's a lot of people have taken it for different diseases. My
GP was initially saying he thought, this is terrible stuff, but eventually he gave me some off the books. He said, actually, it looks like you were right. And I'll probably better not say whether he actually wrote me a prescription or just gave me some. But you see, there are people in the medical profession who do think critically. And so anyway, Well, I think this is an important stuff for anyone that's particularly vulnerable to respiratory diseases. Should know about and have some on hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you sent me some, Tony, but I'd had flu and I just got over it, so I was all right.
The thing is, you've got to take it right at the very start. So this is why I think this is so important. The idea that there is, what we're getting round to talking about now, of course, is this concept of there is a truth which is spelt out by the World Trade Organization, by the government, and if anyone starts to speak against it, then they'll be shut down. And it's really refreshing to hear the Americans saying we want to have a proper discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I mean, I've been researching censorship since 2001, and the speech of J.D. Vance was the speech that I've been waiting for a politician to say in all that time.
Okay, well, I suppose I better play a bit for you.
Yes, indeed,
and afterwards, actually, we're going to hear a little bit, because there are some worries about Elon Musk, aren't there? Actually, it's just disappeared off my screen here, so maybe can you just say a little bit about, because there is a worry that the idea is that people like Musk aren't there necessarily to help us. They may have some ulterior motives, particularly in government.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I can't say that I'm a great expert on Musk, but I do have a suspicion of people who are immensely wealthy and appear to be acting in an undemocratic way.
Well,
and Musk hasn't been elected, and therefore he doesn't have a democratic mandate. Presumably he's acting under the auspices of Trump. And I'm sure that some of the things that he's doing are beneficial, but what his ultimate motive is, it's hard to say. I mean, he's talking about planting chips into people's brains to control them, isn't he, and things like this as well.
No, not to control them. No. You're going to have a chip in your brain. It's just going to be there to help you open the fridge and open the door and drive your car.
Yes,
so
indeed.
You can have a little thought about X and something will happen.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's have a listen now to J.D. Vance, an excerpt from his speech earlier this week. He's the Vice President of the USA, and it seems he's putting the Europeans back in their box.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values shared with the United States of America. Now, I was struck that a former European commissioner went on television recently and sounded delighted that the Romanian government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that if things don't go to plan, the very same thing could happen in Germany too. Now, these cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been told that everything we fund and support is in the name of our shared democratic values. Everything from our Ukraine policy to digital censorship is billed as a defense of democracy. But when we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others, we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. And I say ourselves because I fundamentally believe that we are on the same team. We must do more than talk about democratic values, we must live them. Now, within living memory of many of you in this room, the Cold War positioned defenders of democracy against much more tyrannical forces on this continent. And consider the side in that fight that censored dissidents, that closed churches, that canceled elections. Were they the good guys? Certainly not. And thank God they lost the Cold War. They lost because they neither valued nor respected all of the extraordinary blessings of liberty. The freedom to surprise, to make mistakes, to invent, to build. As it turns out, you can't mandate innovation or creativity, just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And we believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet, a day of action.
So that's U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. If Donald Trump gets bumped off, he's the guy who's going to be in charge.
Indeed.
Anyway, Judith, what do you make? I mean, he's talking. It's interesting how he evokes that thing about the churches and the Soviets shutting down the churches, because actually the churches were shut down under COVID, weren't they? Over here.
Yep, absolutely.
So he's saying, really, what he's saying is that there is this kind of authoritarian element. Now, I know lots of the European leaders have been apoplectic about this, saying that they're authoritarians. How dare he?
Exactly. I think that he spoke outside the sort of like the normal parameters of political speech in Germany, and I think it hasn't been so far well accepted in terms of people's responses to it, and certainly not in the UK media either. But I think that probably inside a lot of people can see that what he's saying has got a lot of sense. I mean, what he's saying is if people don't change their authoritarian ways, and I think that there is authoritarian rule in Europe and in UK. If people don't change their ways, then US can do nothing for them. In other words, it's not going to support them militarily in any way. So I think that will put pressure on politicians to start to think in a different way. I mean, he also criticised UK. You know, for example, he criticised the man who was found guilty of silently praying outside an abortion clinic, and I just find that really shocking. I don't see why someone can't silently pray. I mean, it would be quite different if someone was going to attack somebody who was going into an abortion clinic, but people surely are allowed to think what they want to think, and this was a non-violent protest.
Well, it makes me. It's an interesting question you raise there, because when I went down to the Museum of Witchcraft in Boscastle, there was a whole section in there about Satanism, and one of the main things apparently of Satanism is campaigning for abortion. So you do wonder whether this is actually just a satanic law, where they're saying, this is a very important thing in the satanic world, and no one's going to be allowed to try and stop it. But even if prayer is not going to, most people would say, well, you can pray. I mean, no one really cares because your prayer doesn't work. Maybe what it is an acknowledgement that prayer does work. Yeah,
probably, Tony. I think it is a very worrying trend, and of course, I mean, it's almost now like this sort of like this notion of pre-crime is creeping into our laws, so that where people haven't done anything but they feel that they're geared up to do something criminal, then you can actually be arrested. I mean, this
is very close to George Orwell's idea of thought crime, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What we're saying is you have had a thought. We think you've had a thought that might be a part of a jigsaw that eventually leads to you committing a crime, so we're going to arrest you. It's really quite creepy. We had on last week a very interesting chap who was on Channel 4 News by the name of Roger Mc Namee, and this was at the time where the European government, along with J.D. Vance, was having and the President of Europe, Ursula von der Leyen, had a big I think it was not this Tuesday that just gone, the one before, massive conference with all the leaders of Europe, basically, saying how wonderful AI was. Anyway, he's the one who immediately that night on Channel 4 News was saying, well, yeah, but these people who are pushing AI actually just want government to be replaced by technology that they control. And so anyway, let's have a listen to another clip from that fascinating little interview on Channel 4 News with Roger Mc Namee.
Do you think that this new Trump US administration wants to opt out really of any form of global AI regulation, full stop?
Yes, I think they want to opt out of everything global. I think their plan is very simple, that they would like to changed the U.S. role in the world from being the most important economy and the country that really leads in all kinds of international affairs to a country that's very insular and that is very profit-centric. And, I think they've been quite open about that. And, the United States voted for it, and the current polling suggests it's still a relatively popular position.
Okay, and just very briefly, Silicon Valley civil war. What's going on between Elon Musk and Sam Altman or OpenAI?
It's much ado about nothing. These people live in these giant homes. They're essentially fortresses that are more like prisons. They don't get to interact with anybody else except each other. And so they have this very childlike, teenage boy competitions one against the other. And the problem is all of us are victims of it. And it doesn't have to be this way. Technology can empower humanity, but that's not what they're doing with it. They're using technology to exploit human weakness.
Okay, Judith, what do you make of that?
I certainly believe that the people who are incredibly wealthy, who live in these houses with high walls and big gates, and I think that they are completely out of touch with ordinary people. And I think that one of the things that Vance said in his speech was that if you're frightened of the people and what the people are going to say and do, then that's unacceptable. And I think that in a sense these very, very wealthy people that control everything. I mean, just the amount of money that they put into censoring, it's $1 billion industry, I'm sure. The more I look into it, the more I see it's really large. And they're putting their money into censoring. The difficulty is that if you censor speech, inhibit protest, for example, I think that people, they may be subdued for a time, they may be quietened for a time, but inside the frustration is going to build up. And of course, in the end, exactly the same as in the Soviet Union, in the end it will get to the point where people will say no. And that's all that it takes to overcome a regime, is for the people en masse to say no.
Well, it doesn't really, because I can remember when during the Arab Spring in Egypt, when they had Tahrir Square in Cairo, I think it was absolutely thronging with people. What happened was they switched off social media, they switched off Facebook, everyone came out onto the streets. So in a way, if you do try and control social media, it's a way of forcing people to actually come and say hello to each other out on the streets, to have the revolution that way. But then what they did is they allowed the Muslim Brotherhood to come to power, sat in the background with making notes of who they all were, their phone numbers, their addresses and everything. And then many of the people who had formed that was it Modi government, I think, was in charge, were then imprisoned, many of them executed. So Absolutely. It was an excuse to say, who is it in this country that's capable of running it? I know, let's let them do it for a little while, a couple of years, make a note of who they all are, and then kill them all.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's pretty cynical, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And of course, Morsi himself was executed. But I mean, a lot of investigators into social media think that the Arab Spring was fomented. I mean, I'm sure that the initial suicide of the person who was desperate in Tunisia was genuine, but the way that it was spread through discourses with the use of social media and, of course, the mainstream media, and then sort of led to uprisings in all of the Arab countries, especially the Arab countries where that were on the list of countries that were that the US government wanted to destroy in the list that they made after 9/11. Libya, Syria, Lebanon, and so forth. Those were the countries that they wanted to get rid of, and in those countries they allowed the social media to let rip, so that people thought that they were having a revolution, but in fact they were doing the bidding of the people in the White House, I think.
Well, even though we're told that this censorship is censorship of dangerous ideas for our own benefit, this is all rather unproven by some developments this week with a BBC documentary which has been aired. The documentary is called How to Survive. It's called Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone. Its star of this documentary is a 13-year-old Palestinian boy who takes you through what it's like in Gaza now and what life is like. And there has been the most unbelievable, well, it's not unbelievable, nothing is unbelievable, attacks on this the BBC for showing this documentary. Well done, BBC. But unfortunately, from the highest levels, obviously, the BBC board have decided, and maybe the Director General too, today to pull this documentary, Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone, with this, well, I have to say, lovely 13-year-old boy that takes you through it. So, luckily, before the BBC deleted it, I managed to get last night a audio, at least, copy of it. A lot of it is actually spoken in Arabic, but the reason that they've chosen this guy, which nobody seems to mention, is that there's not many people there who can speak fluent English to do this programme for an English language audience, and one of them happens to be the son of the education minister in Gaza, who obviously also happens to be Hamas. But we're told, do you want to just say something about this? Because this is part of the way that this is twisted by the legacy media, by the BBC and everybody else, is other people more so, in fact, is this whole idea of Hamas being a terrorist organisation. Well, for many people in Gaza, it's not a terrorist organisation, it's the government, and it's the only people that will help to educate or feed them.
Well, of course, Hamas was voted to power, and of course, initially Hamas was created with the help of the Israeli government in order to divide the Palestinian people, because the PLO ran the Palestinian Authority, and it was initially created, but I think that when you talk about terrorist groups are just designated as terrorist groups. There is no international definition of terrorism. Each country brings up its own definition to suit its own political ends, and obviously there's a lot of countries in the world that see Hamas as a group that's resisting occupation, and certainly they've lived under dreadful the Palestinians have lived under dreadful conditions for many decades, and so therefore even if you killed every member of Hamas, you would still have resistance amongst the Palestinian people who would want to sort of like defend their own rights to live in their own country, to live peacefully, to go to work, to have an education. So therefore you're always going to get resistance, and I'm sure that there are some really nasty people in Hamas. Indeed, there's pretty nasty people in every society, but on the other hand,
in the IDF too, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, let's have a listen to, and this is some English sections, and I'll like the interview with the speech by J.D. Vance, which is well worth a good listen. In fact, Trump is starting to do these things in the evening now, and I'm sitting there actually guffawing as he cracks his jokes about how he's landing. He makes one about landing in Basra, I think it was, or anyway, somewhere in Iraq, in an aircraft which was had no lights on it, because they were worried that maybe if the lights were on it might become a target. So they landed completely blind in Air Force One with no runway lights, and he was getting a bit nervous. Are you sure this is a good idea? But anyway, he gets off the aeroplane, and the Iraqis greeting him say to him, "Would you like to rest?" And he says, "No, I've just been resting in the plane." And he's cracking jokes about, oh well, maybe it's because Biden. If Biden was to turn up, he'd need to to arrest for a few days before he could do anything, you know. So it's actually a bit of a stand-up comedian, and he's ridiculing. He's mocking some of the absurdities, and this is what we need much more of. We need some of the sort of spitting image, Chris Morris, not the 9 o'clock news, Rory Bremner style mocking of our idiotic, useless leaders over in Europe. And it's great to see that the US president has been using his ability to speak to the world on television to do a bit of that. So anyway, let's have a listen now to this. On a more serious note, this documentary that has now today has been cancelled under pressure from the Israel lobby in Britain, the BBC documentary Gaza, How to Survive a War.
Good morning. You all right? My name is Abdullah. I'm 13 years old. I'm stuck here in Gaza. Have you ever wondered what you'd do if your world was destroyed? Could you live in a tent? Raise your baby? Would you help people? Would you try and have some fun? Most important, could you stay alive? After all this, you could say we're experts. So let me tell you our story. Who knows? One day you might need it. Let's continue our journey. Today I'm revisiting Khan Yunis camp. Right here used to be my grandfather's house. About 40 people were here, including me and my family, for a few months. Warplanes dropped massive bombs here. We'd already been displaced 4 times when this happened. Oops. Oh. It will take years to rebuild Gaza. This area used to be colorful. Now it's gray, just gray. People are leaving the eastern areas of Khan Yunis. Again, 3 miles away, the Israeli army have announced an evacuation order. They're looking for Hamas and its leader, Yahya Sinwar. When the Israeli army call an evacuation order, you have to leave fast, or it can be deadly. There's not many places to go. Gaza is tiny, around 25 miles long and 6 miles wide, with a population of 2 million. After the war started, the borders were closed, and barely anyone can leave. The Israeli army ordered us to head to the safe zone, here in the middle area. The army divided Gaza into 623 blocks. I live in block 90. Everything's changed since the war started. I was in the best school in Gaza, the British school in the north. All my lessons were in English. Now I'm here living in a tent. This is our new way of transportation. There's a shelter, there's another shelter. As you can see here, people are holding yellow tanks to fill out water. Trying to get drinkable water is a very hard task. Most people lost their jobs when the war started and have to find new ways of making money.
People sell groceries, there's a guy selling birds and pet food. Almost everybody has a small store of their own. Yeah, welcome to our new life.
2.5 miles north of Renat's house, outside the safe zone, there's been no warning of an attack. Casualties are being taken to Al-Aqsa in Block 128. It's the last permanent hospital in the safe zone, so it fills up fast. Even if you're still a child, you have to find a way to fit in. Zakaria is 11. He's living on his own at the hospital. He's a hustler.
Okay, so that's a harrowing clip from the BBC documentary Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone. Judith, what do you make of why this has been censored? Because what we've been told is that they've used someone who is the son of a member of Hamas, a terrorist organisation, without telling the listeners who this 13-year-old boy narrating it is.
Well, he wasn't a Hamas member himself, was he? He was just related to somebody. But also, if he was part of the government, it was nothing to do with the military. His father, no doubt, had nothing to do with the attack on the 7th of October. So therefore, he was. His voice was legitimate, and in a sense his father's voice was legitimate as well, because everyone has the right to resist occupation, even if it's only by running a government department within your own country. If his father's interest is education and he gets the opportunity to run the Ministry of Education, there isn't going to be a Ministry of Education in Gaza that's going to be run by any other entity but Hamas. So he wasn't Hamas in terms of a member of the Hamas military. He was a member of the government. I mean, some of the people that Israel has arrested and tortured as members of Hamas are people who worked for the municipality collecting rubbish, for example, because people need
It's
jobs.
Actually medical workers for Hamas and medical workers for Hezbollah who Israel has been killing. Anyway, let's have a listen to what the British government response to the BBC putting this documentary out. It's clear the BBC is a major point of struggle in this battle. The government culture minister Lisa Nandy was asked about this on LBC yesterday.
The BBC has apologised over a documentary featuring the teenage son of a Hamas leader as a narrator. Now, the corporation say they were not informed of the boy's connection by the film's producers before it was broadcast on Monday. Dozens of Jewish media figures have signed a letter raising serious concerns. Well, the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, spoke about this at breakfast time today.
Not very long ago, I hosted a meeting for leaders across the arts sector more generally, including in television, to discuss the problems with anti-Semitism and the way in which the Israel-Gaza conflict has created challenges in Jewish directors being able to exhibit their work in the way that these things are depicted across the media more generally. One of the outcomes of that absolutely shocking conversation, with some of the stories that I was told really chilling me to the core, was that I've had a conversation with the chair of the BBC and the Director General about the way in which they deal with issues around Israel-Gaza, and to ensure that we don't stray into anti-Semitism when we deal with these things. There are an ongoing series of works in train, but this is a conversation I'll definitely be having with the BBC.
So you haven't raised it yet with the Director General, the Chairman, this documentary?
Not this specific documentary. I watched it last night. It's something that I will be discussing with them, particularly around the way in which they sourced the people who were featured in the programme. These things are difficult, and I do want to acknowledge that for the BBC, they take more care than most broadcasters in terms of the way that they try to portray these things. They've been attacked for being too pro-Gaza, they've been attacked for being anti-Gaza, but it is absolutely essential that we get this right.
So, I'm not sure if we were joined by Martin. Can you hear me now, Martin?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Has Lisa Nandy got it right? Has the government got it right? Has the BBC got it right by pulling this documentary, Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone?
Well, it's extraordinary that they think that they can just do this stuff and say, well, this is a Hamas spokesperson, and we're talking about a teenager here, and of course Hamas is the elected government of Palestine, and the whole idea that they can get rid of Hamas is simply wrong, and the idea that we're not allowed to say people are that it's a prescribed group. So Richard Medhurst and all these other people are being arrested for supposedly shilling on behalf of this prescribed group, Hamas. Hamas is the elected government of Palestine. And if there was another election tomorrow, they would win. Just as Likud would probably win in Israel. Now, we don't say we don't talk to Likud. We do talk to them. But of course, they are in fact terrorists. You could say that both sides are terrorists. Both of them have killed loads and loads of people. But we talk to everybody, and that's what we should be doing. That's the only way to get peace, isn't it?
So we're going to hear from both of you two. That's Martin Summers down the line in Hereford. Thanks for joining us, Martin, finally. And also Judith Brown here in the studio. When we've heard another interview that LBC did yesterday about this documentary, which is where a former BBC director of television, Dan Cohen, I think is his name. I'm sure they'll say who he is. He was director of BBC Television from 2013 from 2015, and he had this to say on LBC yesterday about what he describes as a disgusting documentary.
Danny Cohen is a former director of BBC Television. He's in that office between 2013 and 2015, so knows well the fine line that the corporation has to tread. Danny, the excuse is maybe a pejorative term. The reasoning that the BBC have provided is that this was an external production and the producers did not inform the BBC of this familial connection before broadcast. Does that stand up in your view?
Well, I'm afraid it doesn't stand up, even from reading the BBC's own statements. So 2 days ago, the BBC announced that it was in full editorial control of the programme, that it had full editorial control. 24 hours later, they were then saying the opposite. They said that the producer had editorial control over the filming in Gaza. So I'm afraid they can't even get their story straight. On the one hand, they're saying they are in charge. On the other, they're suddenly saying they're not. And I think it just shows there's a lot to uncover here, that this is a significant crisis of the BBC's journalistic credibility. And what it requires is the BBC to be absolutely transparent about what has happened, rather than to continue to gaslight people.
You see, one of the characteristics of the BBC is it's such a bureaucratic place. There are people to do checks and then people to check the checkers. Why do you think this programme got through any kind of pre-transmission? Well, it would be quality checked, wouldn't it, on the very technical basis for a start? Wouldn't there be editorial checks too? Wouldn't somebody in senior position, yes, a commissioner or a delegated person to act on the commissioner's behalf, view the show?
More than one. There would have been lawyers, commissioning editors, editorial policy advisors.
So several people will have viewed this, and nobody asked the question.
Well,
it would appear.
Yeah, they either didn't ask the question, they didn't want to ask the question, they found themselves willfully blind to it, which can often happen, I think, at the BBC these days when it comes to...
Sorry, what do you mean by that, Danny? Willfully blind to what?
Willfully blind to what they would have discovered if they'd have asked the right questions at the right time. One of the problems we have with the BBC at the moment is that they are willfully blind and omit important details on the Gaza conflict. Let me give you another example from that documentary. The words Yehudi are regularly used in that documentary, and the BBC translates that as Israelis. The word means Jews, doesn't mean Israelis. And the BBC there again have tried to sanitize what is essentially anti-Semitism by changing the language. I don't know why they've done that, but I think it again points to a real problem with this documentary and with the way the BBC is approaching their presentation of this war.
And given the fact that, I mean, Westerners, by and large, well, not by and large, I think totally are not allowed to be in Gaza, are they? Western journalists have not been admitted by the Israelis at all. So would that not, given the fact it's not a conventional BBC film crew going in, researching, meeting people, doing lots of interviews, throwing 90% of it away, you know, that usual production process cannot have applied in this instance, can it? Because it had such access.
Well, the footage comes out, you're right. It doesn't mean the BBC had to use it. So that doesn't in any way take away the BBC's responsibility to ensure that what they actually broadcast is fair, accurate. And
no, sorry.
The facts.
Absolutely. I was making the point that maybe alarm bells or an extra due care might have been needed in this instance, because it wouldn't have been sort of BBC people from end to end, would it?
You're 100% right on that. And by the way, you know, we know that the terrorists of Hamas are still in control of Gaza, you know, de facto control of Gaza. I don't believe this documentary could have been made over a number of months without their authorization on some level. It just would have been impossible. So that. Are
you saying it's a Hamas promo film then, in that sense?
I think the BBC have broadcast unmediated Hamas propaganda this week, yes. And what the BBC should do, it's still on iPlayer, it's still available to people to watch. It is absolutely extraordinary that it is still on iPlayer. What should happen is it should be removed until there's a full, detailed and independent inquiry into all of the questions that you've raised. And it's remarkable it's still there in the meantime.
So the BBC have obediently pulled it now, so no one's allowed to watch that. It was an absolutely beautiful and brilliant documentary, and in a way, Martin, it's almost honouring the children. As a 13-year-old boy, very articulate, very good English speaker, and that is the reason why he was used, not because he's got any connections with the government of Gaza. He's used because he's got a very he speaks English very well, and he's able to chat with all the Palestinian kids and particularly young people around Gaza, and then that's those conversations. It's almost like he does a sort of Simon Reeves, going around finding interesting people to chat to, and then all their conversations are translated by the BBC in this documentary.
Well, I mean, the presentation by that is it Dan Cohen?
Danny Cohen, yeah. Danny Cohen isn't he an interesting figure? He's married to the economist and author Norina Hertz. They were married in 2012 at the Bevis Marks Synagogue in the City of London, in a ceremony conducted by Lord Sachs, Chief Rabbi, and guests including Rachel Weitz, Daniel Craig, Nigella Lawson and Charles Saatchi, and they live in Primrose Hill. So, I mean, he is quite closely connected with the Board of Deputies and people like this. So he's not just your average Jew who might go along on a Palestine march in London, is he?
No, and the special pleading of all of this, it's extraordinary. I mean, all that's happened here is somebody has been interviewed inside Gaza, presenting a point of view, and they don't like it. So now they're complaining about this, and we're all discussing all this stuff about how, you know, this is anti-Semitic and the BBC has questions to answer. The BBC does have questions to answer, but it's not about anti-Semitism. It's about the way they've covered up this genocide and just gone along with people like him saying that you know, he's a Hamas person. I tell you what, loads of people in Gaza voted for Hamas. He's too young to vote, but no doubt his dad and his mum voted for Hamas. I voted Labour at the last election. They vote for Hamas. And of course, if we had an election tomorrow, Hamas would win, just as Likud would win in Israel. But we talked to Likud, we talked to Netanyahu, even though we're going to try and get him to the International Criminal Court, and we should be talking to Hamas as well, and Hezbollah, who are the biggest political party in Lebanon. by a long way. This is just absolutely shameless.
Well, I would like to just reiterate that if you want to have a listen to the English parts of that documentary, which is a brilliant. I mean, I was sitting there recording and watching it yesterday evening, thinking this is brilliant, fantastic. It's being labelled as by these people who've successfully got it pulled from the BBC. Judith, this is licence fee payers' money, making it very difficult to produce film out in an area where journalists cannot go in a war zone. And now it's been pulled. But what do you make of what you've just heard about the sort of shenanigans going on in the BBC?
Well, of course, the BBC, I mean, it sounds as if the person who was speaking was actually a Zionist Jew, so he has a sort of particular perspective. So therefore it wasn't a sort of like a balanced person.
Well, no, he seems to be pro-genocide. I mean, that's what we seem. It seems to be sort of about as far as you can get into trying to stop. I mean, he as a media executive will know the power of. He sees this as Hamas propaganda, but many people will say, "Well, let's give those children in Gaza a voice."
Absolutely. I mean, as you know, Tony, I've worked in war zones in South Lebanon and in Burundi, and the stories of people that are living there. You know, the way that they live. The way that they adapt to living, you know. I mean, for example, in Burundi, we looked after Rwandan refugees, and as soon as they arrive, they set up shops, they find ways of working, or ways of earning money, the ways of supporting each other, and so just to hear this, you know, the way that families are surviving, not just Palestinians, but there's lots of war zones in Ukraine, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Just to hear how people survive in war zones is an education to us that have always lived in places of peace.
Yeah, and that documentary, I don't know if anyone has got a copy of it that can be circulated. Certainly, if I find one, I'll make sure there's a link to it on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. No doubt the BBC will be using licence fee payers' money to try and get it taken down off the internet now, indeed. Which is so sad. This is a brilliant film, and maybe the people who produced it will have pirated copies that they will be uploading various places. So what I will do for my part is to make sure that whole documentary, the English parts of it, are up as something for you to listen to at thisweek.org.uk.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that it had been on, Tony, because of all of my work this week. I've been working really hard on sort of like censorship, particularly with all of the changes with Vance and the...
You didn't have a chance to watch the censored documentary?
No, I didn't. No, I've been working. So I feel a bit sad that I hadn't seen it. So it'd be a nice opportunity to listen to it on your radio.
On the headphones. Martin, this isn't the first time the BBC have censored films about Israel. I remember you telling us about one to do with Israeli DNA that then got censored.
Well, that's right. That was a Horizon programme in the science part of BBC Two, and they showed that in actual fact, many people who were, they are Jewish, but of course, they're genetically, many of them are actually Turkic. They're, because the Khazars converted to Judaism in the 9th century.
Oh yeah, we were hearing a load of stuff from John Bosnich about this a few weeks ago.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't make any... I mean, frankly...
But that was censored. Why do you think that one was censored? It's been completely disappeared.
Because the implication is that many of the Ashkenazi Jews, who are the dominant political faction within Israel, are not, in fact, Semitic at all. They're Turkic. That's what the DNA shows. And they converted to Judaism hundreds of years ago, and they're as Jewish as anybody else. Jewishness is just a religion, really. It's not supposedly a racial thing in any case. But of course, the documentary which showed that many modern Jews in Israel are not in fact Semitic, they're Turkic, was they weren't allowed to show it. Because, of course, it undermines the legitimacy of the narrative about Israel and the Jews coming back to the country they used to live in and all the rest of it. Many of them never lived in Israel. And, of course, the really ironic thing is that the Palestinians are Semitic, and they are, in fact, the descendants of the original Jews. They are the original Jews. They converted to Islam and Christianity, but they are genetically.
I mean, I think that what you're
Jewish
saying
population.
there, Martin, could be classed as hate speech, because you seem to be suggesting that maybe if you rounded up the Israeli government, put them in a big aircraft, that they could be sent over, if they wanted to go back where they came from, to the Caspian Sea.
Well, listen, people travel all over the world. Yeah, we all know that. We're all mongrels. That's the reality. But of course, it really does undermine the whole narrative about going back to the country that we originally came from, when in actual fact, genetically, you didn't come. There was actually a tribe in Botswana who are in fact genetically Jewish. And when the Westerners went there, white colonialists went to Botswana, and these people said, no, we're Jews. They look like Zulus, but they are in fact genetically Jews. And of course they are proper Jews, and many genetically, and many of the people in Israel who claim to be Jewish are not in fact genetically Jewish. It doesn't really matter. It's irrelevant in a way, and people just identify with what they identify with. But isn't it extraordinary that a science documentary about this was taken off the BBC because it undermined the Zionist narrative? And the special pleading of Dan Cohen earlier about, the BBC has got questions to answer, blah, blah. No, you've got questions to answer. Because in actual fact, a lot of what you're doing is gaslighting the rest of us. And we're fed up with it.
Yeah, but he's not just anybody, is he? He's the head of BBC Television back in the noughties, and that seems to, he's in a very powerful position there. So it does make you wonder whether Mossad has had its agents inside the BBC. There's lots of discussion amongst journalists about this, and LBC had a short discussion about what it's like trying to cover the Gaza story at the BBC. So let's have a listen to them chit-chatting and see what they have to say about whether you can cover a story on Gaza at the BBC.
If you are pro-Palestinian, you think that the BBC is anti-Palestinian, and if you're pro-Israeli, you think that the BBC is anti-Israeli. And the BBC walks this terribly difficult tightrope, which I know that the folks who work within BBC News, take incredibly seriously and are very aware of the pressures on both sides.
And I don't know about you, but when I worked there, particularly on a big breakfast show, whenever, and none of it was ever as acute as life since October the 7th, but whenever there was a big story from Israel or Gaza or the West Bank, the pressure from above internally was always very strong.
Yeah.
And it was a kind of good pressure. It was a scrutiny. Make sure that you do this. Make sure that you consider that. Have you checked this? Double check that. Which is a good discipline, and it seems to have potentially anyway been lost here.
I've always said that, what we need to do is to check our facts, recheck our facts, make sure that what we're about to report withstands scrutiny, and once we've done that, we report it boldly. I think that sometimes, if I had a criticism when I was there, that sometimes it induced cowardice by you just simply say, well, this side say that side say something different, only time will tell.
And yet the reality is your job as a reporter is to establish some facts.
Exactly.
And you have to establish the rigour of the people giving you the story.
And so, of course, the producers were hamstrung by the fact that they didn't have access into Gaza. But it's apparently the person who found out that there was this link, Hamas link, was someone who just Googled it. Now, if the producers, and I don't know, I mean, I'm not, not part of the BBC anymore, but if the producers haven't done that, then there are some pretty serious questions.
Yes, it was a man called David Collier on X. I saw the investigations that he just carried out himself using his own computer at home, and off he went. Yeah.
Exactly. And if the BBC was unaware of that, that's a kind of pretty big question to answer. Now, the BBC has put out a statement saying that it maintained editorial control, and no family members could, it was editorial independence. Well, doesn't quite answer the question of whether.
Did you know who he was?
Did you know who he was or not?
I was thinking earlier on when we were talking about this, after you and I had a chat, I was thinking this is like finding out. In the 1980s, when London was being bombed, parts of Northern Ireland were being bombed by the IRA and others, this is like finding out that, unbeknownst to you, a kid in a documentary, the kid you centre the documentary around, is actually Martin McGuinness's nephew.
Yeah. And that's not a great look.
No.
And I also think that particularly in an age of disinformation and misinformation, where the BBC reputation is taken incredibly seriously by those inside the BBC. So what they did in BBC News is set up this thing called BBC Verify, and every time you watch a report on the BBC News, this is from BBC Verify, where well, had they verified the facts on this one? And that is a really uncomfortable question if the answer is no.
Well, the answer is yes, they had verified it, and there was nothing to verify because this was a perfectly legitimate person to this 13-year-old boy. Martin, they're comparing it to, say, a documentary going out during the Irish Troubles, which was narrated by Martin McGuinness's nephew.
Well, if you remember back in the day, Sinn Féin were not allowed to speak on BBC programmes, so Gerry Adams or Martin McGuinness would speak, and then somebody would have to speak. You know, they would say that. The BBC actually had somebody speaking.
You'd have someone voice their words, wouldn't you, over the top? In fact, Chris Morris did a rather wonderful Mickey take of that, where what he was doing was feeding the interviewees helium so that it wasn't their normal voice that was being used. But anyway, is it comparable, do you think, Martin McGuinness?
Well, it is comparable. In actual fact, we want to hear what Martin McGuinness has to say. He became First Minister of Northern Ireland. And, of course, if there was a free election in Palestine, Hamas would be elected. And we need to hear what they've got to say. The idea that we can just make Hamas go away because we don't like them. I don't like Likud. I don't like the right wing in Israel. I don't like them at all. But we have to listen to them and we have to negotiate with them. Just as we must listen to Hezbollah and Hamas. And trying to shut people up is not the way to get any kind of...
You won't get any talking done. Judith, what do you make of that discussion about how the pressure that comes down from the top at the BBC when you're doing a story on Hamas?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pressure is there. In fact, at the time I did my PhD, which was between... I was collecting my information between 2002 and 2004, which was actually looking at the influences on Arab stories in the British media, and I did some work. I think there was someone called Malcolm Balin who was in charge at that point of the coverage of the Israeli and Palestine issues. They did actually do an investigation, although they didn't publish it. They said it was only for internal consumption.
Is it embarrassing then?
Yeah, well, of course, a lot of the sort of the pro-Palestinian people said it's because it they've proved that it supports Israel, and a lot of the pro-Israeli people said it supports Palestinians. But of course, at that time, there was various reports by the University of Glasgow, which they published a book called Bad News from Israel, and they actually showed that the BBC coverage routinely favoured Israel. You know, for example, they allowed them more speaking time. They sort of and I'm sure that has happened during this war as well. I mean, there was a study by I think it was a group, an academic group associated with Muslim Council of Britain. So presumably it was a Muslim academic group who did some studies of the coverage of the Gaza issue. I think at the end of 2023, and I think it was a month study, and they found that it was that overwhelmingly the story of the Palestinians, like for example, they weren't naming the Palestinians who had died. They weren't giving the numbers of the Palestinians that died, but any Israelis that died in the 7th of October massacre, all of their names were given and sympathetic stories. So they found that the coverage was biased at that point, and I don't know how you overcome that, but certainly I've heard that some BBC journalists have complained because the person who's in charge of the Middle East coverage at the moment is unavowedly
Rafi Berg. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and so some some journalists within the BBC have complained because they've said that they aren't allowed to actually show each side of the story. And of course, this was just showing the Palestinian side. You've heard the side of the Israelis, and this is the Palestinian side, and it's a valid point of view.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why it's important to hear from children is the fact that children have been so horrifically affected by this genocide. Something like 20,000 children killed by the Israeli Defense Forces, what the people there call the occupation forces, as they have these, what they call buzzers, flying around, the drones, the surveillance drones, the killing drones, and also the AI Lavender, as well as Mummy's Home software, which is automatically detecting when families are getting together, either to pray or eat together, and then murdering them all at the same time. That seems to be the idea, is if they can kill everyone in the family, Israelis see that as some sort of great success. But if you want to hear from one of these children, then the Israel lobby in our elite institutions, whether it's government, media, universities, they seem to be able to just completely shut this down. So I would urge all of our listeners to do what they can to find this documentary, share it everywhere you possibly can, and let your friends and family watch it, because it's an absolutely brilliant thing. Brilliant piece of work, and it's great to see that the BBC is probably one of the only outlets that's been able to get this out. Anyway, so why the children? Why is it so important? Anyway, a few months ago, I had this clip sort of sitting around, and I remembered, we didn't use that clip. It's by a chap who's speaking to the UN called Dr. Feroza Sidhwa, HWA, who's one of the people from Médecins Sans Frontières who've been working in Gaza, and he had this to say.
Throughout the Gaza Strip, for a year, in the catchment area of every hospital where an international has been present, children are getting shot in the head on a regular, if not daily basis. That's not believable, that's an accident. That's clearly deliberate on the people, on the part of the people who are doing the shooting. And it seems quite obvious that it's just being tolerated by the Israeli military, and they have no incentive to stop it and no reason to, because the U.S. won't force them to. Well, now you have some very unusual psychological phenomenon kind of rearing up now. The most shocking one is suicidality among children. And I'm not talking about 17-year-olds. I'm talking about 5-year-olds. Children who regularly say they wish they were dead, who wish they had died with their families, who wish they could see, this is not a common scenario. I've worked in Ukraine, I've worked in Zimbabwe, I've worked in Haiti. I have never encountered a child, a small toddler, who said they wanted to die. That's very, very uncommon. And this is seen universally throughout Gaza. Every medical team that goes there sees this. Human beings have a limit. They do. And what's going on in Gaza is even before October 7th was well beyond that limit. That's honestly one of the things that really motivates a lot of people to try and stop this insanity and this carnage when they come back, because you honestly just can't forget about it. It's impossible. Like I said, I've worked in Ukraine, I've worked in Zimbabwe, I've worked in Haiti. I was there at the Boston Marathon bombing. These are also not forgettable places or forgettable moments. But Gaza is an entirely different thing. You get the sense when you're in Gaza that it is kind of a prelude to the end of humanity in a lot of ways. It's really terrifying. I don't have children, but if I did, I can only imagine the drive and the need that one would have to stop this kind of insanity from spreading to the rest of the world, or even just 1 inch outside of Gaza.
A prelude to the end of humanity, Judith?
Well, when I worked in the refugee camp in South Lebanon in 1995, with the Palestinians there, it was quite a difficult time for Palestinians, because they had been supported by the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union had certainly paid for further education for all of the Palestinians in the camp, so they could train as doctors. When you spoke to the doctors, they'd all trained in East Germany, Moscow, whatever, and then the fall of the Soviet Union meant that there was no way for them to get an education, no way for them to get out of the camp, because once they've got an education, they can earn more money inside the refugee camp if they want to, but also it gave them more opportunity to get an exit visa to go and work in other countries. So it was a time when the refugees living there were feeling sort of like really, really restricted, and I could sense the sort of like the lack of hope there for the future. I mean, the funny thing is that when people have a lack of hope for the future, they put so much fun into their lives. I mean, there was lots of music, lots of dancing, every day.
In fact, that BBC documentary that was cancelled today, censored, had a lot of that in it, where they're kind of running into the sea, shouting, singing. The children actually seemed to be very good at creating something which was actually uplifting for the elder people too.
Well, I think that it's almost like if you think there's no tomorrow, then you've got to put everything in and enjoy every moment today. And I certainly felt that, and I certainly felt the lack of hope in South Lebanon, which at that time was considered the worst possible place for refugees to be. So I haven't obviously been to Gaza, but I can imagine this sort of like feeling of lack of hope. And of course, we've got the scenario of the bombs going back after Saturday. I don't know what that must feel like for Palestinians who've had this little respite and now are sort of faced with maybe sort of the bombs going back when they're nothing to do with, the children are nothing to do with the military actions that are there.
Martin, shall we say something now, I think, about we've had several stories over the last few days. There was, first of all, this story about the corpse which was returned by Hamas, which allegedly, the BBC talk about verifying everything. So this has come from the rigour in verifying things. This has come from the Israeli Defence Force, who lie all the time. So, you would expect that they should have some sort of warning on everything that they say, but no, the BBC often just repeat what they say as if it's a fact. So we've had that problems with this corpse. The Palestinians have asked for the corpse to be returned so they can check it. No, they're not going to return it, so it can't be checked, verified by the Palestinians. Then there's also this story of the bus bombings over in Tel Aviv, I believe it was, which it's but apparently the terrorists, the Palestinian terrorists, the Gaza terrorists, the Hamas terrorists, set the wrong time on the bomb, so that it would go off at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening instead of 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So thank God no Israelis were killed in this bomb attack because of the incompetence. So these sorts of stories, first of all, maybe you could say something about what you make of them, but also they seem to be setting the stage for, once the hostages are returned, that Netanyahu and the far-right bloc now in charge of Israel just simply want to resume the genocide.
Well, that's clearly where we're going with this, isn't it? It's a shame, but I don't think this ceasefire is going to hold, because the Israelis are just not determined that it's not. But
it's also the fact that the part 2 of the ceasefire, the Israelis have refused to start the negotiations, which was supposed to start 10 days ago. The Israelis have refused to begin to make the arrangements for part 2 of the ceasefire. So, that's an obvious sign that they don't intend to allow this ceasefire to continue.
No, I think everybody's got to, gird their loins for this. This is clearly where we're going. The Palestinians are not going anywhere, because both Jordan and Egypt have said we're not, you're not to push these people into our territory, and therefore they're going to be killed. And of course, we are allowing the Israeli state, which is a genocidal state, their spokespeople are allowed to speak. Netanyahu, we listen to everything he says. Of course we do. We've got no choice. But we're not allowed to hear the other side's point of view. This is absurd. It's just the special pleading involved in this is absolutely extraordinary.
What do you make? What do you make of this? These empty buses exploding. I can remember back in the 1990s, we had quite a lot of bus and public transport seems to be a favourite target of the Zionist terrorists in order to make. I mean, obviously, there's all the work that we've done on Israeli links to the 7/7 London bombings to Variant Systems, this company which had access to the tube tunnels, and also the presence of Benjamin Netanyahu in London on 7/7 itself. So what do you make of these empty buses exploding in Israel this week?
Well, it's the first I've heard of it, to be honest with you. You cannot presume that the Israeli state is not they engage in false flag terrorism. They do. They've been doing it for years. So you cannot be sure when something happens that it is as it appears. The real world is actually much more complicated than people think, and a lot. The October the 7th attack. It's pretty clear that the Israelis knew exactly what was going to happen, and they withdrew their forces from around Gaza and let it happen. And of course, in Israel, these questions are being, and what happened there? And of course, they are actually engaged in what they call fifth generation warfare. There's that book, Rise Up and Kill. What's it called?
Rise Up and Kill First.
Rise Up and Kill First. It's a huge, hundreds of pages book about all the assassinations carried out by Mossad. It's only the tip of the iceberg. They are blatant terrorists. The people who run the state of Israel were terrorists, and they are still. It's terrorists. Almost as if they killed loads and loads of British police officers and soldiers.
They've got away with some.
We still listen to them because we've got to listen to them.
It's almost as if, Martin. It's almost as if they've got away with a few lies, and so they've decided, well, we may as well go the whole hog. Anyway, one of the things we discussed after Christmas was this extraordinary story by Rafi Berg at the BBC, but he was just really reporting a CBS program, 60 Minutes program, interviewing two former Mossad agents who were involved in the pager attacks. So it's, I think, fascinating. You don't believe anything you see on the BBC, and here's why. As those Mossad agents explain, they are... Well, they don't actually talk about fifth-generation warfare, but here they talk you through the arrogance that there is, that they can get anything they want in the press, almost like Hollywood, but it's on the news bulletins.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
The operation started 10 years ago, not with pagers, but with weaponizing walkie-talkies.
A walkie-talkie was a weapon, just like a bullet or a missile or a mortar.
So a walkie-talkie bomb.
A walkie-talkie bomb. Inside the battery, there is an explosive device.
And that was the invention, to put an explosive device that couldn't be detected into the battery.
Correct. Made in Israel.
At Mossad?
Yes.
As I understand it, these walkie-talkies went into a tactical vest that a soldier would put on, and then this would go in the pocket.
Correct.
Near the heart.
Yes.
So Israel sold this device to Hezbollah. Hezbollah paid for this weapon that was to be used against them.
They got a good price.
A good price that couldn't be too low or they'd be suspicious. In the end, Hezbollah bought over 16,000 of these exploding walkie-talkies that Israel then didn't activate for 10 years until 3 months ago. How did you convince Hezbollah to buy this?
Well, obviously, they didn't know that they were buying it from Israel.
Who did they buy it from? Or I think they were buying it from?
We have an incredible array of possibilities of creating foreign companies that have no way being traced back to Israel. Shell companies over shell companies who affect the supply chain to our favor. We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery, kind of like the CIA's smoke and mirrors, which is what this operation was all about starting with those walkie-talkies. But walkie-talkies are only worn in battle. So Mossad began developing a new device that Hezbollah fighters would have in their pockets all the time, a pager.
A pager is almost obsolete around the world, but Hezbollah still using it.
This is Gabriel, not his real name or voice. In 2022, he and his team started developing the second phase of the operation, the booby-trapped pagers. He found out that Hezbollah was buying pagers from this company in Taiwan called Gold Apollo. This is the pager that Hezbollah was using. So it's very sleek, it's very shiny, and it certainly can fit in a pocket. So what did you do to change this, to make it into a bomb?
So to make it into a bomb, we have to enlarge it a little bit.
In order to put explosives inside, but not too much. Using dummies, Mossad conducted tests with the pager in a padded glove to calibrate the grams of explosive needed to be just enough to hurt the fighter, but not the person next to him.
If we push the button, the only one that will get injured is the terrorist himself. Even if his wife or his daughter will be just next to him, he's the only one that's going to be harmed.
Did you test for that?
Yes. We test everything triple, double, multiple times in order to make sure there's minimum damage.
So that's the 60 Minutes documentary clip there. The world is our stage, Martin, apparently. But isn't it interesting to hear him talking about this, and the way the whole thing is framed by CBS News' 60 Minutes programme there, as if it's this is a fascinating tale. Actually, of course, it is a war crime. The fact is several children were also killed by these pagers exploding. Scores of innocent people were also killed and injured by this attack, weaponising ordinary everyday materials. So I wonder if, say, mobile phones of people in Israel are legitimate things to make explode in the faces of children there.
Well, I mean, as we know, in Israel, all men and women are serving the armed forces when they're adults, apart from the religious Jews who won't serve in the armed forces. So all military-age males and females in Israel are legitimate targets by that definition, aren't they? They are. They just are. And of course, this is terrorism. It's like the Mercury tilt switch that was used by the Irish National Liberation Army to kill Ari Neave in the House of Commons. That was a terrorist act. These are acts of terrorism.
Didn't the Israelis actually, Martin? Didn't the Israelis actually invent the car bomb and the letter bomb?
That's right. Yes. And of course, the state of Israel was founded on terror. It was a terrorist state. It's always been a terrorist state. And they killed loads and loads of British police officers and soldiers. And the Board of Deputies of British Jews have got something to... Maybe we shouldn't be listening to them at all, because they're terrorists. We can't... I tell you what, let's have simple rules. We're not going to listen to anything that Hamas says. We can ban them from the airwaves, and we should ban Israeli from the airwaves, because they're spokespersons for terrorism, aren't they? Because that's what they are. That's what they've always been.
Judith, what do you make of the claims here? The world is our stage. We are the producers.
I thought that was very interesting. In fact, if people say that, Jews are in charge of the world, then that would be considered anti-Semitic, wouldn't it?
Well, he says we create, let me just quote him.
Yeah.
He says, we create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors, and the world is our stage.
Yeah, I think that he can say that, but if we said it, Tony, we'd be considered anti-Semitic.
Yeah, you could possibly be right, but I mean, the idea here is that he's proven right here, because they've censored this documentary on the BBC today.
Yeah.
So they are the producers, they are the directors, they are writing the screenplay, and this is a screenplay they didn't like, so they've ripped it up and made sure that no one else can see this.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite quite interesting. I mean, if I've been listening to, following some of the 9/11 investigations, and one of the things that's quite interesting there is that in the Twin Towers they'd been so-called putting in I can't remember, but a new alarm system or something, fire alarm system, and they think that the contractors were actually from the Israeli Secret Service, and they and of course shortly after that 9/11 happened, and there's a lot of evidence that it was a controlled demolition. And obviously, the whole point about 9/11 was that it gave the world the excuse to get rid of Arab countries that had sympathies with Palestinians. I mean, they've all gone, haven't they? Except for Iran. Iran is the only country which isn't Arab, but it's still left at the moment. It's a difficult nut to crack, but Iran is there. But all of the other countries have gone now that supported Palestinians. So it just very how the reach is just so extreme.
Yeah. Martin, this whole business of the idea that the world is our stage, I mean, it does seem as if the BBC is their stage. They didn't like this act in the play, and so they've just, they've closed the curtains, they've forced the audience to leave, because they don't want you to watch a 13-year-old Gazan boy telling you what life is like there in a war zone.
Well, that's right. I mean, they are very, very arrogant, and they're very, very powerful. But they are indeed terrorists. All of these acts are, in fact, criminal acts, and they're criminally liable.
So I suppose the BBC really, what it's doing, and CBS, are kind of normalising this, saying, oh, everyone assumes that the Palestinians are Untermensch, and the Israelis are Übermensch, and the Untermensch must die.
Well, that's right. And of course, the state of Israel, I think we're reaching the point now, the two-state solution is clearly not it's not going to happen. Ultimately, what's going to happen now, we're moving into World War III now, and what will happen ultimately is just like the Portuguese settlers in Angola and Mozambique, or the French settlers in Algeria. I'm afraid the Israelis are going to have to go.
I mean, one of the most extraordinary things about all of this is that you've had many journalists being killed in Gaza, particularly, and yet we hear the journalists there saying, oh, well, we've got to be balanced. I mean, I'm not sure you do have to be balanced when you're talking about war crimes. I would have thought that it's quite obvious that if you're reporting a war crime, you don't have to give the same credibility to the war criminal as you do to the court that's prosecuting them. Yeah. Anyway, from the NUJ, the journalists union in this country, the Deputy General Secretary, I think he is, Seamus Dooley, recently had this to say about the deaths of journalists. So this was a specific case where there's a car full of journalists who were having a bit of a rest with press written on the top of their car, and then they were blown to kingdom come by the Israeli Defence Force during the genocide, which looks as if it may be about to resume.
These journalists were targeted in an airstrike as they were sleeping in a van that was clearly marked as press.
My first response is one of deep sadness. I would like to say shock, but actually we have become used to attacks on journalists, and I would say at the outset that it's important to know that journalists are not special. The blood of journalists is the same colour as everyone else, and the great tragedy felt by the journalistic community across the world is felt by all humanity. The difference is that this is an attack on journalism and a war on truth. And the reason these people are killed was because they were journalists. The NUJ and indeed the International Federation of Journalists has long criticised Israel for its attitude towards journalists. And there has been an attempt to silence journalists. The context here is that, as has been stated, is that journalists are not allowed to go in. We therefore rely on the courage and commitment of Palestinian journalists working in the most difficult circumstances to try to break through the barrier and to tell the truth. And what we have seen, 5 young committed journalists, one of whom became a father just, I think, maybe less than 2 hours before his death. We have seen them just snuffed out. in a war on truth. And it is profoundly depressing to think that at one stage there are talks of a ceasefire, however difficult they may be, while simultaneously a clearly marked media, there was no ambiguity about this, is attacked in this way by IDF. And Israel has claimed that they were carrying out an attack on Islam Jihad militants, but there is no evidence whatsoever to support this. And I extend sympathy not just to the families of those killed, but also to the Palestinian syndicate of journalists, our sister union, who have been so definitive in stating that these are journalists who were killed because they were journalists.
That's right. Journalists killed because they're journalists. Now, this has quite a big effect, doesn't it, on the control of information? A very good way of controlling information is to kill all the journalists and stop journalists getting into Gaza so they can't report it. And then when they do, that goes up on the BBC iPlayer just for maybe a day and a half, and then it's removed by the BBC itself, who we pay for through our licence fee.
And this is censorship. There's no other word for it. I mean, and for example, I think the British state is complicit, because when there was going to be a peaceful protest, every pro-Palestinian protest in the last 18 months has been peaceful. There haven't been any examples of violence. I mean, at the beginning, one march that I was on, there was somebody standing at the side with a label saying that she had family members that were hostages, and the Palestinian protesters were going up and sort of sympathising with her and saying, well, we hope your relative gets released soon. We're going to pray for them, and things like this. So far from sort of Palestinian protesters being violent, they've shown themselves to be very sympathetic. Of course, in every march they have a number of Jews, and yet when the marchers were going to march on the BBC to protest, the police stopped them going, and then the police allowed protesters, including Jeremy Corbyn and one or two other high-profile figures, to go into an area that they'd actually said was prohibited, but the police actually waved them through and let them through, and then arrested them because they'd gone through the police barrier, whereas they hadn't forced their way through the police barrier. So the police and the politicians and the system is actually protecting the BBC.
Well, entrapment, and they're protecting the Israeli Defence Force as well. What we've seen over the last 18 months now is an extraordinary support for this genocide by Europe, formerly the United States. Donald Trump obviously seems to have managed to get a ceasefire for a while. God only knows what's going to be happening next week, because I think everyone is aware of the Israeli ramping up the propaganda in order to try and resume killing tens of thousands of Palestinians. It seems their object is just simply to wipe them all off the face of the earth. Martin, how do you see this support in the West for what? And do you think that what do you think will happen next week?
Well, the conflict going on in Palestine is only part of a bigger picture of conflict around the world. At some point...
Well, we're just concentrating on Gaza specifically for the time being. Do you think it's going to all kick off again next week or not?
Well, what probably is going to happen is the Iranians are going to get involved in this fight, and of course they've got plenty of missiles which can actually devastate Israel. Israel's quite a small country, and if you look at the way they've distributed their forces in the Ukraine, you can't actually build up forces because modern warfare is such that you have to actually...
we're talking about Gaza for now. We'll be talking about Ukraine in a minute. Anyway, look, in Gaza, can I just say we've got another clip now. It's from Albanese, Francesca Albanese. In Berlin, there were attempts by the German government, and they've got an election going on at the moment, or just had one. The German police tried to stop the UN Special Rapporteur from speaking in Berlin. Did you see that? I mean, this is extraordinary. Why on earth is a UN Special Rapporteur on Gaza and on genocide being stopped from speaking in Berlin? What the hell is going on? This isn't balance, is it? This is, again, is censorship. I don't understand quite what power the Israelis have over, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe there's some sort of Zionist network that's been there for a century or more in places like Germany. Indeed, in fact, Theodor Herzl, I believe, was German, wasn't he, who started the whole Zionist movement?
Austrian.
Austrian. Yes.
But yeah, well, I mean, it is extraordinary. They are engaged in, they're embedded in all Western infrastructures and media and all the rest of it. They're very, and they are very, very powerful. And it's very difficult for anybody to speak against them.
Well, I mean, they're trying to brainwash us, basically, through this, what you call fifth-generation warfare. But anyway, she did eventually manage to speak. Here's Francesca Albanese in Berlin this week saying what she wanted to say about the genocide that's been going on in Gaza and human rights more generally to her Berlin audience.
Of course, there should be understanding and condemnation for what has happened to Israeli civilians during the brutal attack that Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups carried out on October 7. 2023, as there should be understanding and condemnation for the massacres, violence and oppression that the Palestinians have experienced since the Nakba and before the Nakba, resistance and opposition to which are certainly not spared the Israelis. But here we are, in an era where speaking out of human rights has become a hateful act or even a crime, where truth is a lie and lie is the truth, that is used to justify this, I mean, I don't see anyone, but I was prepared to see more police, however. Orwell's famous proclamation that war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, end of quote, has never been more true than in the discourse surrounding Israel and Palestine. This brings me to the elephant in the room. The genocide that Israel has been allowed to commit after 56 years of unlawful occupation of Palestine and 77 years since the mass ethnic cleansing of the Nakba began. An event that was, in ways, eerie familiar in the present day, carried out amid massacres and destructions that have been recounted by its victims, Nakba survivors, but also recorded in the testimonies of its perpetrators in some instances, or documented in Israeli archives and brought to light by diligent and honest Israeli historians and architects, who were able to access those archives for a brief period of time some 30 years ago. For even the most sophisticated and experienced practitioners of doublespeak, this truth is no longer possible to deny. I just want to point to one thing, and then we move into the discussion regarding, the topic of today, genocide. In July 2024, the International Court of Justice has recognized beyond any reasonable doubt that the occupation that Israel maintained in Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem is unlawful and must be relinquished totally and unconditionally. The troops, the military barracks, so the military presence, but also the civilian presence, all the settlements must be dismantled. Which doesn't mean that there will be an uprooting of all Jewish people living in the occupied Palestinian territory, but the land is to be returned to their owners. And perhaps the Jewish Israelis who are there may want to rent instead of stealing and living as Palestinians if there is a Palestinian state. And this is not even new. This is not even new. Everyone knew that the occupation was unlawful, and not just for violations of international law here and there, because Israel kidnapped children and adults, including in the middle of the night, and put them in jail for days, weeks, months and years, until they confessed crimes that they had not committed. And not just because of torturing, demolishing homes, killing people arbitrarily, no, not because of that. The occupation is unlawful because by its very presence it prevents the Palestinians from enjoying the right of self-determination, the right to exist as a people, free to determine themselves as a people, which is still being contested. And it shouldn't be confused with a two-state solution. Because this is the political consensus that has formed, so that the Palestinians have the right, exclusive rights to a state, independent state in the land that remains. But nonetheless, any other rights lose meanings and becomes an exercise of intellectual rhetoric without the right of self-determination. So in the face of this groundbreaking advisory opinion, which has confirmed what everyone knew, it is the obligation not only of the German government, but every German person, including those having businesses, living in the settlements, working as soldiers in the Israeli occupation forces, not to do that anymore. Otherwise, they might face consequences. And this is where we are today. And instead of working on this and seeing how to abide by this incredibly important advisory opinion, the government of this country continues to repress the critical voices that ask for accountability.
So that's Francesca Albanese speaking in Berlin this week about the genocide. But what she's saying there really is that there is actually a massive knock-on effect, that anyone that's been supporting this, whether it's in government, in the press, and that includes some of those people who have just pulled this documentary from the BBC iPlayer, presumably, they are complicit in the genocide and complicit in war crimes.
Absolutely, they are. I think Albanese has been absolutely fantastic. Not necessarily all other parts of the UN, but I think that it's not only the ruling that she's referring to of the occupation being illegal, and that Israeli military and settlers should leave all of the parts of the occupied territories and recompense Palestinians as well. It was included in that agreement, in that statement. But then there was they're also investigating genocide. I don't know why it takes them so long when there's so much obvious evidence. But they're also investigating what they're calling a plausible genocide from the case that South Africa put to the ICJ, and they're still investigating that. They haven't come up with a definite agreement yet. But one thing that's quite interesting was that there was they had an Israeli judge on the panel of the International Court of Justice who actually voted for. He was a bit mixed. Some of the things he voted to say that he thought it was a genocide, and some of the things he voted against. But I think there was a judge, and I think she was from Zimbabwe, I think, and she voted on everything against it being a genocide. And quite interestingly, she does go to a very Zionist church, so that's obviously influenced her. But now she's been appointed the head of the ICJ.
Oh God! So she's been rewarded for her crimes.
Yeah.
So maybe she should be indicted by the International Criminal Court, her own court that she's now in charge of.
Yeah.
Oh, so frustrating.
Yeah.
I think Albanese there does a superb job, as you said. And our final clip before the break, final look at Gaza, is a bit of context, because this goes back a long way. Martin, can you just say something about the USS Liberty incident? Because this is when, during the 1967 Six-Day War, which has kind of framed much of the occupation as it is today, in terms of bits of Palestine which are occupied by Israel, there was this incident with the USS Liberty, which was a US spy ship sitting out in the Mediterranean, which was attacked by Israeli jets, and the idea was to try and blame this onto Egyptian jets instead, so a false flag attack, and the ship was nearly sunk. So what's the significance of this Liberty incident?
Well, the USS Liberty was a spy ship, as you say, and it was there off the coast of Israel, Palestine, monitoring what was going on during the Six-Day War, and it was deliberately attacked by the Israeli Air Force, and they were trying to sink it, but in actual fact they managed to radio for help, and eventually, scores of sailors U.S. sailors were murdered, but Lyndon Johnson, who was the president at the time, covered it all up. The Israelis have been terrorists for a very long time.
Well, the thing is that this ship was listening in to the communications, wasn't it, of the Israelis as well as the Arabs, and it was feeding it all back to the US military. But there were quite a lot of young sailors on board the USS Liberty, some of whom survived. And Candace Owens, who's becoming quite a character online. It'd be nice to see her on the BBC, actually, doing all her incisive interviews, but unfortunately that would be probably objected to by the Zionist lobby, people like Danny Cohen, we heard from earlier on, ex-head of BBC television. So let's have a listen to this recent, I think it was just after Christmas this one came out. Candace Owens speaks out. USS Liberty survivor speaks out. Sorry, not Candace. She's just listening, really. And this is her episode 118. And here's an excerpt, gives you an idea of some of what went on in 1967 with this US ship was attacked by the Israelis, who were trying to pretend to be Egyptian aircraft instead.
Well, 2/3 of the crew was either dead or wounded. And dock keeper, we had one dock aboard the ship. He had been shot in the abdomen, and both of his knees were shot up. And he operated for 17 hours on people. I helped him in one operation, a guy by the name of Gary Blanchard. He was hit bad. And he said, take my socks off. My feet are hot. So I rubbed his feet, tried to get some circulation. I went over to the side and looked at him, and he says, you think I'm going to die? I said, yeah, I think you are. And Doc cut him open, and he was dead. So that went on all night. Put a few stitches in on him and put him over the side and just kept on doing it.
What were some of the last words? Because I'm sure, as you said, many people died. What did they say? I mean, what were the conversations that you recall?
You know, Candace, I really didn't recall a whole lot about that. I guess I just blocked it out. I do know that the Lieutenant Commander Armstrong, he died in the mess decks. He was hit up bad too, but I remember he was a heavy smoker. I lit him a couple cigarettes, and then I left, and I came back, and he was dead. So the conversation was just helping people. Everybody was able-bodied, helped them. I was in the walking wounded. A lot of them were walking wounded, and all they did was want to help their fellow shipmates. Bravest crew I've ever seen in my life. I mean, we guys come together like none other. We had none to fight back with but our will and our wits and with God's beautiful hand on us. In fact, when that ship got torpedoed, it was like the hand of God was holding us up, because it was going like that, ready to roll over. It just stopped. Unbelievable.
And you were just 20 years old. It's just unbelievable.
Yes.
And so 17 hours later, 2/3 of the crew's dead. What happens? What ship did you see first? What was going through your mind?
Well, the first thing we saw was several days later when Admiral Kidd got there, and we told him everything, what happened, and why didn't he come help us, and this and that. And he took off his stars. He says, I'm just like your dad. He had 4 or 5 of us in the sick bay at the time. 3 stars out there, and he said, I'm just like your dad. Please tell me everything you saw. We told him about the machining of the life rafts with the machining gun of all the people, the helicopters, everything that went on. And then he put his stars back on. He says, he got beat red, and he got right in my face. He says, I'm telling you, you better never talk about this again to anybody. I'll make sure you end up in prison, fined, or worse. You know what worse means? I said, yes, sir, I do. But he did that to everybody. In fact, they split up everybody. They took them to different bases. There was one fellow, his name is Mc Namee. He's still got 50 pieces of shrapnel in him right now. They took him to Bremerhaven, Germany, for medical care. He was in a room with a bunch of other people, a lot of different beds. They took him out of that bed. He got his own room, and he was interrogated by an officer. He says, "Your name is no longer LeMay, it's Smith. You know nothing about the USS Liberty. Don't ever talk about it."
Well, that's a little bit of a harsh thing to say to the survivors of such a appalling attack, Martin, isn't it? That if you say anything about this, we're going to put you in prison, kill you, or worse.
Yes, well, I mean, this incident happened in 1967, so a long time ago, but nobody's been ever been held accountable for it. The Israelis are very, very vicious. They've always been vicious. And they're now, they're completely out of control.
Well, we've just heard about collaboration with the genocide in the present-day genocide by the German police. We're hearing there about even back in 1967, the U.S. Navy is collaborating with the Israelis destroying a U.S. Navy vessel.
Well, that's right. And Candace Owens is a sort of right-wing commentator in the U.S. And these things, the truth will out. Eventually, Israel is not they should be de-recognised. They should lose their seat at the United Nations, and they shouldn't be recognised by anybody. They're basically a rogue state, and they're going to drag us all to disaster. And possibly,
well, what they say is Hamas. They say the opposite. They say Hamas is going to drag the world to disaster if the Israelis aren't allowed to deal with them.
Well, I mean, the point about Hamas is the British government's position on this is completely wrong. As I've said before, and I've said this evening, Hamas are the elected government of Palestine. Yeah. Now, Xi Jinping. He's not elected, is he? I mean, he's a Communist Party leader. He's not elected, but the leaders, Yahya Sinwar and all these other people, are elected politicians, and they've got a right to say what.
Well, it doesn't seem like they've got any rights at all. All they've got is the right to die. Anyway, well, look, Judith, before we finish and before we go to the break, what do you make of the Liberty incident, how it fits in with all these things? Because it seems to be a sort of turning point in a way. It's where it became obvious that there are elements within the United States and in the West that were prepared to support Israel come what may.
Yes, it's very strange, isn't it, that there's this sort of like blanket support for Israel, and certainly Germany is one of the most pro-Israeli groups in Europe.
Well, yeah, they've been banning demonstrations in support of Palestine because they say they're anti-Semitic.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost as if the guilt that Germans have relating to their actions with European Jews as they were then means that they expect the Palestinians to sort of like give up their land, and then because the Palestinians are suffering, they sort of they just want to ignore that because it's a way of them dealing with their guilt from the things that happened in the Second World War.
Well, yeah, but although with the Holocaust, the Jews that were killed by the Nazis were largely the ones that refused to go to Palestine during and before the war.
Yeah, I think that was it Ken Livingstone that said that there was an arrangement between Zionist Jews and Germany to allow Jews to go to Palestine if they wanted to. And Ken Livingstone pointed out this agreement, and I think he was thrown out of the Labour Party for saying so, even though it's actually fact. Yeah. So it seems to be this. I don't actually, Tony. I think that at some point it's going to turn on these Israelis, because I think that people are going to say all of these things that have been going wrong with the world clearly are to do with Jews and Israelis. So I think it's actually an anti-Semitic exercise to allow Israel to carry on doing what it's doing.
Well, maybe, yeah. Though there certainly do seem to be some Israelis that seem to almost delight in the trouble they're causing. I remember chatting to somebody recently who was saying that that Netanyahu, he is himself Jewish, was saying, Netanyahu's father told him when he was a little boy, because Netanyahu's father was Polish when they emigrated to Israel, that he was the king. He was going to be the king. Who would bring about the Jewish Messiah. Now, obviously, the Jews have been waiting for a long time for a Messiah. Jesus has come along, and they don't recognise him as a Messiah, but they're still waiting. And so God has taken so long that Netanyahu's father and many of the Zionists seem to think that it was their job to do what God had not done. And so we shall see. Maimonides it was who predicted it.
Of course, the irony is that a lot of the Christian Zionists, because Christian Zionism preceded Jewish Zionism, a lot of the Christian Zionists in the United States see that this Armageddon that's happening in the Middle East now means that eventually the Jews will have to sort of like convert to Christianity or die. So Christian Zionism in itself is an anti-Semitic form of religion, if it is religion.
Well, maybe. I mean, it seems to me that these terms are just being used and occupied by evil people. Martin, finally, what do you make of the next week or so? I really like to hear from you what you think of this. Whether Netanyahu's going to get away with under the nose of Trump just starting the genocide all over again.
Well, I think what may happen is that Iran is going to join the battle. And of course, because Trump and Netanyahu seem to be dead set on provoking the Iranians. The Iranians do not want war, obviously. They're desperate.
But I mean, surely the Iranians realise that they're trying to be provoked. They're not going to fall into that provocation trap, are they?
I don't think
Just let Judith have her say here.
I think that the person that's voted, I can't remember his name, the person who's voted in charge of the Prime Minister of Iran is very much on the side of peace and reconciliation. So I don't think they've got a leader. I mean, obviously there's the theocracy, but I don't think that they've got a political leader that has a heart in being part of the military. And I think that Iran now would be on its own because it knows that Russia isn't going to support it. It knows that no other country would support it except for maybe Yemen. They've all been subdued. So I think that that Iran is going to do nothing. I think that they've been cowed. And I think that the Iranian government has been sort of like, apparently, according to what's his name, Sachs, Jeffrey Sachs, has been for two years approaching the American government with various peace sort of proposals on the table. So I don't think that Iran is going to do anything. I think it's extremely unlikely.
Well, we shall see. But what we will do is offer up a little prayer for the Gazan people, because it is so horrifying what's being done to them in the name of Judaism. Actually, total evil twisting of what is a beautiful faith with the the tradition of people like Abraham, Isaac and Moses, and they are twisting it into a killing machine, which is actually a kind of nuclear armed doomsday cult. So let's just offer up a little prayer tonight for the people of Gaza. Heavenly Father, just ask you to protect those people, to look after them, and to make sure that any sacrifice that happens down there is not in vain. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
But finally, Judith, if people are interested in following your Substack and keeping track of keeping track of the control of information, we've been talking about quite a lot about that, and maybe if that BBC documentary, Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone by the 13-year-old boy, which is an absolutely brilliant film, is available somewhere, I will put that on our show page.
I'd like to see it.
But if you could just let listeners know whereabouts they can find you and follow your work.
Yeah, well, I'm on Substack. It's Judith Brown Substack, and my Substack is called The Control of Information. I've been investigating and just got ready for publishing articles on the latest sort of like movements in censorship, the things that have been happening in USA with USAID, and also the JD Vance speech, and so you can read my view on that, which of course is just as valid as everybody else's view, and it's quite well researched. All of the references are there. So yes, I'd really like to see you supporting the control of information. It's completely free. There's no cost.
Great. And I'll put a link up to it on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. Good old JD Vance. Let's hope he has his way in bringing these European leaders into line and stopping them being quite so authoritarian.
Who in the Lord's name
1977. That is Pink Floyd with Sheep. I suppose that's one for the farmers, isn't it? Before that, we had George Harrison, What is Life? The year of that one evades and escapes me, but 1972 actually, just after the split of the Beatles. And at the very beginning, you heard the choir of, in fact, it's one of my favourites at the moment. It's the Guildford Cathedral Choir, and All Glory, Lord and Honour was that one, sung by the Little Uns. So welcome back to not the BCFM Politics Show. Actually, there might even been some 13-year-olds in that, weren't there? With Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers and me, Tony Gosling, plunging straight into the whole situation with Ukraine, because this has created an enormous split, hasn't it, really, between the European powers of NATO and the United States.
But think of it, a modestly successful comedian, President Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that basically couldn't be won, that never had to start and never would have started if I was president, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years, never would have started. But a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. They'll never settle that war without our involvement. That's why they did such a great job this weekend. That's why Saudi Arabia did such a great job this weekend in hosting. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed. They get their money back. It's a form of a loan. Nobody knows that. I know that. I said, why isn't somebody saying, we do it the same way? And we spent much more money. We have to equalize. But while the United States gets nothing back, so they get their money back. It's a loan. We just give our money. And we had a deal based on rare earth and things, but they broke that deal. But they broke it 2 days ago. We had a deal because I said, we're spending $350 billion, and Europe gets their money back in the form of a loan, and we don't. We're just giving the money hand over fist. That's the Biden administration for you. But they're no longer dealing with the same United States as they were dealing with a few months ago. Why didn't crooked Joe Biden demand equalization, in that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us, and that there's a very big, beautiful ocean, a separation. This is, we're helping Europe. We're trying to help Europe. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money that we sent them is missing. They don't know where the money is. He said, well, we don't know where half of it is. That's great. Wonderful. He refuses to have elections. It's low in the real Ukrainian polls. I mean, how can you be high with every city is being demolished? It's hard to be high. Somebody said, oh, no, his polls are good. Give me a break. Every city is being demolished. They look like a demolition site, every single one of them. And the only thing he was really good at was playing Joe Biden like a fiddle. He played him like a fiddle. That's an expression we use, Yasser, to say that he's pretty easy. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast, because that war is going in the wrong direction. In the meantime, we're successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something all admit that only Trump is going to be able to do in the Trump administration. We're going to be able to do it. I think Putin even admitted that. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I don't know what's the problem, but he hasn't been able. He's very upset that he wasn't invited. He could have come if he wanted to, but that he wasn't invited to Saudi Arabia. But he's been working for 3 years. There's never been even meetings or phone calls to stop this war. It's a horrible thing. I figure Russia's lost 900,000 soldiers. I think that Ukraine's lost probably 700,000. And it's a terrible thing. You'll see bodies and body parts all over the field, all over. We see them very accurately through satellites. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions of people have unnecessarily died. And you can't bring a war to an end if you don't talk to both sides. You got to talk. They haven't been talking for 3 years. So we hope to see a ceasefire soon and to reestablish stability in Europe and the Middle East. Thank you very much. And as I've said before, it's my hope that my greatest legacy will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. That would be a great legacy.
So that's US President Donald Trump speaking this week, Martin. Whilst we have all sorts of trouble down in Gaza, things certainly seem to be changing, don't they, with regard to NATO, Europe and Ukraine?
Yes. Well, I mean, there's lots of things are happening all at once, aren't they?
They always do. Can you just address what Trump just said, please?
Well, what he's saying there is there's going to be a ceasefire. I don't see that happening in the immediate future. The Russians are not going to accept a ceasefire until there's a proper negotiation in place.
I mean, do you think so what he's saying is all just talk then?
Well, he's deluded. I mean, look at the figures he gave there for the casualties. The Russians have probably taken about 100,000 casualties, and the Ukrainians have taken about 1 million casualties. So he's got that wrong. His advice is simply wrong. And he seems to think that the Russians are going to call a ceasefire. They're not. They're not going to call a ceasefire unless there is a negotiation going on. So, you know, he's deluded about that.
So you've got nothing positive to say about him trying to end this war at all, then?
Well, no, I think it's
and also possibly split NATO in the process.
Well, I mean, I think it's good that he is talking to the Russians. There's no doubt.
Well, it's not just that. He's also excluded the Russians from these Saudi talks this week, hasn't he? Sorry, excluded the Europeans and the Ukrainians from the talk.
Yes, I mean, because there's no, you know, they have to, you know, the Americans and the Russians have to come to some understanding with each other, because they're the two superpowers.
One of the main war aims of the Russians is denazification. Is that going to be possible, do you think?
I think it is going to be possible, because, of course, what Trump is hinting, and the Russians have also suggested, is there's got to be an election in Rump, Ukraine, which Zelensky will lose. And then probably something like Zelensky will take over, and then there will be a possibility of negotiations leading to a ceasefire.
And it's almost as if you've got Zelensky standing there on the stage as the comedy actor that he was, and Trump describes him as, with the set collapsing around him.
Yes, I mean, this whole war was totally unnecessary. The Minsk agreements, both Minsk I and Minsk II, were perfectly adequate to resolve the war. And, of course, there was also the Istanbul process, which Boris Johnson sabotaged. There's no reason for this war to take place. But obviously, having fought the war, the Russians are not going to accept anything less than what they were.
Well, you might well be right, but I mean, there's obviously the biggest clash, it seems to me, is coming, or has come, in a way, between Britain and United States here, because Trump is calling out Boris Johnson really for scuppering the Minsk agreement and the peace in Istanbul after that, but also, of course, Starmer very unwisely, in my view, he sent a whole bunch of Labour Party supporters to try and campaign for Kamala Harris, didn't he? This really got up Trump's nose. So it seems we've got a bit of a punch-up coming this week, when on Thursday, next week, in fact, the end of February, when Starmer goes over to the United States.
Well, Starmer is in the pocket of MI6, and MI6 have been major creators of the war in the Ukraine. But I think at the end of the day, Starmer is a nobody. I mean, he's not going to be able to fight. He's talking about.
So Trump will therefore eat him for breakfast, won't he?
He will, yes, because that's the reality of power. Britain is not a major player, and we're not going to determine anything.
I noticed as well that his reaction was to, I suppose if you're right, that MI6 just tells Starmer everything. They've said to him, well, we can put some British troops into Ukraine. What did you think of that?
Well, I mean, the fact is that if the British army was deployed to the Ukraine, the Russians will say, well, we're going to kill them. That's what we're going to do, so don't do that. And they're talking about having peacekeeping troops if some kind of a deal, but we haven't even got a deal yet. And of course, other European countries like Poland, for example, have been quite belligerent. They don't want to send any troops to the Ukraine. Starmer is way out of line here. It's just, he's fantasizing if he thinks that Britain can send troops to the Ukraine and the French have also suggested they might send their troops. But that, you know, given the kill ratio at the moment, both the French and British armies...
they're not talking about killing, Martin. I don't know if you understand that, but they're talking about sending them over there as peacekeepers. But that is bizarre, isn't it? Because the British are actually involved.
Unless there's
the British are involved in attacking Russia with the old British Storm Shadow missiles, and they've had troops in there for a long... I mean, if they do send peacekeeping troops over to Ukraine, well, they will be able to shake hands with other British troops who've been there covertly and firing these Storm Shadow missiles into Russia. So it's not really a peacekeeping force, is it? It's just continuing the war.
That's right, and there is going to be no peacekeeping force. That's not going to happen. It's just fantasy. And of course, Starmer is living in a fantasy world. The whole European economy is going down the drain because the Americans blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Yeah, and he's starting a civil war with the farmers. Let's have a listen to Starmer this week, a report from ITN News. I think this one is ITV News.
I'm prepared to consider committing British forces on the ground alongside others if there is a lasting peace agreement. But there must be a US backstop, because a US security guarantee is the only way to effectively deter Russia from attacking Ukraine again. In this moment, we have to recognise the new era that we are in, not cling hopelessly to the comforts of the past. It's time for us to take responsibility for our security, for our continent.
Nothing could make that clearer than the way diplomacy is moving on without Europe. As the leaders spoke in Paris, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio was in Saudi Arabia ready for face-to-face talks with the Russians tomorrow. The man he'll meet, Putin's foreign minister, delighting in the fact that he has a seat at the table and Europe doesn't. The European philosophy hasn't gone anywhere, he said, so I don't know what they should do at the negotiating table. Why should we invite them at all? Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky is also in the Middle East visiting the United Arab Emirates. But is he invited to the Saudi talks tomorrow? No. Any negotiations about Ukraine, without Ukraine, will have no result, he promised.
So the Saudi talks then happened. Russia and the United States both said they were very well satisfied. So we may be on the way to resolving this crisis in Ukraine, Martin.
We may be, but it's early days. I think the Russian point of view is that they're prepared to talk to the Americans, as they should, but they're not going to make any major concessions because they're winning. I mean, they don't need to make concessions. It's the US that's got to make concessions. And of course, Trump should be, we should be saying to Trump, right, you've got to actually compensate us for blowing up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. That's billions and billions of dollars that you owe us in reparations for that. But of course, nobody's saying any such thing, are they? I think what will happen is that the war will go on, but talks will continue. And that's the best that can be hoped for in the short term.
So do you think these 30,000 troops the European military chiefs are thinking about sending to Ukraine, do you think they'll ever go there?
No, because they either go as peacekeeping troops, but there's no peace to keep, or if they're put in as fighting troops, the Ukrainians have already lost 1 million soldiers. How long do you think the British Army, 70,000 guys, the whole British Army, how long do you think they'd last in a war environment like that, when they're under the attack from Russian artillery, rockets, and all the rest of it? They'd be destroyed pretty quickly, and that will be the end of the British Army.
Did you see that the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has urged Europe to back Trump on ending the Ukraine war?
Well, he's responsible for the whole war taking place in the first place. I mean, he was the one who went to speak to Zelensky on behalf of Biden and told him to rip up the Istanbul Agreement. So all of these dead people are actually the responsibility of Boris Johnson. And of course, if there were any justice, he would go to the International Criminal Court and be sent down.
Apparently the United States and Russia have been quietly meeting in Switzerland for unofficial discussions about the Ukraine war in recent months, including last week. 3 sources with knowledge of the matter say. Sources describe the talks as a side channel with some contacts occurring during the transition period following President Donald Trump's November the 5th election victory. While the attendees have diplomatic and security experience, they are not government officials. It was not immediately clear if any were sent by their governments. 2 of the sources said that sources declined to identify the people who attended. So there's some sort of side channel here, but quite clearly there's a massive split. I would call it massive anyway, developing between the European NATO powers and the United States, Martin, isn't there?
There is, yes, and of course the Europeans they blew it when Angela Merkel and Hollande. They openly said when we went to Minsk, we deceived Putin. We didn't have any intention of making the Minsk Accords work, and in actual fact, we were just waiting for the Ukrainians to build up their forces so that they could retake the rebel areas of East Ukraine. So the Russians say, well, if you're going to do that, and you've openly said that you lied to us, we're not going to talk to you. There's no reason for us to talk to you. We're not going to talk to you. You're not going to get a say in any of this now because of the way you behaved in the past. The Americans they are prepared to talk to the Americans, but of course they're not necessarily going to give them any concessions because there's no reason why they should.
Vice President J.D. Vance gave the Europeans a bit of a lecture this week, didn't he, about being an authoritarian lot, and what did you make of that?
Well, it's a bit of a cheat coming from the Americans who've just, anybody speaks out in favour of Palestine, as we were earlier in this show.
Well, okay, we've got a longer clip of that, which I'll put up on our show page, quite a long speech he gave. But here's another excerpt. We heard one a little bit earlier on.
The Vice President's speech was a broadside aimed at European leaders who just weren't expecting it, especially Germany's. It's not only hosting the conference, but will be heading into national elections next week. The address accused mainstream European politicians of failing to control immigration and then eroding free speech by muzzling far-right anti-immigration parties.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within.
The chill in the room gave way to real anger. Germany's defense minister Boris Pistorius said comparing European governments to authoritarian regimes was just unacceptable.
So which side of this are you on, Martin? With the Europeans,
I'm not on either side.
The European. What J.D. Vance is saying is that you've got nothing really much being done about migration, and when political parties, nationalist ones, they described as far right, there try to do something about it, they're being gagged, muzzled, and jailed, and that's what J.D. Vance is saying. So I wonder if you agree.
Well, I think it's a bit cheeky of the Americans to say that because they've destroyed Syria, they've destroyed Iraq, they destroyed Libya.
Well, they are cheeky.
All of these countries very, very close to us. And of course Palestine much closer to us than the United States.
Okay, so what do you think about what he's saying about
our neighbourhood, and that's what's caused all the migration.
What he's effectively saying is you've got globalist countries and you're not allowing the nationalists to say anything and you're putting them in jail.
Well, what's happened in Romania is the so-called right-wing guy was, they cancelled the election because he was basically in favour of peace with Russia. Now, what the Americans have done, they brought the Nord Stream 2
Vance is right.
and they've also destroyed all the neighbouring countries.
This is a very
Europe.
authoritarian thing to do, isn't it? To actually just cancel an election because a nationalist person is likely to get elected.
Yes. And of course, if you speak out in favour of Palestine in the US, you can be deported. So all this stuff about freedom of speech is just a load of hogwash. Hogwash from the Americans, hogwash from the Europeans. The rest of the world is sick of hearing all of this from the Americans and the Europeans. They're just sick. They're just sick of it.
Well, I don't think they are. I don't think they're at all sick of it. I think there's many people across Europe that will be applauding J.D. Vance and saying, well, actually, we would like a say about our own, being nationalistic, reducing the number of migrants coming into the country, and that's actually a legitimate political demand.
Yes, in Europe. And of course the migrants are coming from all the countries I've just mentioned.
Europe is what he's talking
Palestine,
about.
Libya, these countries, Syria. We've destroyed all of these countries, and of course they're much closer to us than the United States, which is 10,000 miles away. Europe has been destroyed by US policy and Israeli policy, and that's why we've got a problem with it. And of course this is not going to go away anytime soon now. Of course, as the European economy goes down the drain because of the blowing up of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, there's not going to be many people coming to Europe to look for work because there won't be any work in Europe. That's where we're going. And it's the US that's done that, and the Israelis. And of course, in the rest of the world, say for example, South Africa, they don't see it like this at all. They've got a different view of it. Latin America, Colombia, they don't see it like this at all. The Europeans are narcissistic. And the Americans are also narcissistic.
Well, I mean, earlier this week I spoke to our old friend Torstein Vidal, who's Norwegian, and he wrote some excellent stuff about Zionism and Anders Breivik being a Zionist, the maniac that went and murdered a whole load of people in Utoya Island, who were from the young members of the Norwegian Labour Party. A lot of them were just cold-bloodedly killed with a sniper rifle by this Breivik guy. But anyway, Torstein is now living over in Greenland, so I thought I'd give him a call and ask him what people in the Greenland capital made of Donald Trump's threat to. In fact, what he did say was that he wanted, we will have Greenland, he said, and then he was asked, will that be? Does that possibly mean by military and economic means? And he said, well, maybe. So he's leaving that open, that there may even be an invasion of Greenland by the United States. So I thought I'd ask Torstein, who's living in the capital at the moment, what he made of it.
The Greenlanders and the Inuits are pretty stoic people. You know, they are not panicking like people in Copenhagen and in the EU cities and countries. So how it goes down here is more like, yeah, that's interesting. You know, we have been for a number of decades in a transition into ever more independence of Denmark. And I would just like to take you down the road of Danish colonization history for the Nordic countries, right? So Norway became free from Denmark in 1814, following the Napoleonic Wars. And we got our constitution in May 1914. That's why we celebrate 17th of May. Iceland got free from Denmark in 1944, following World War II, where there were some German attempts, and the English, I think, occupied the island during the war. But then Greenland has been under Denmark ever since 1721, so it's been a long time as a colony and lately as a self-governing territory. And me, as a Norwegian, of course, I'm supportive of their efforts to go all independent. That's what I vote for when I go voting here in Greenland. And the way I see the overtures from Washington, I'm thinking this is kind of an opening salvo, you know, you call that gunboat diplomacy or whatever. And he didn't actually say, the president didn't actually say that he wanted to take Greenland with military force. It was more like a combined question, also incorporating Panama Canal, where they may have to use weapons, right? So it's not likely to be the situation in Greenland or with Greenland. So Denmark, Copenhagen, they are very worried about, first of all, they have a severe case of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, so that everything he says is sort of the worst thing ever all the time. But also it's more like an attack, quote unquote, on Denmark than it is on Greenland. And the way I interpret the signals from the politicians here in Greenland, it's more like it's opening up the room for a conversation about how fast we want to go independent and under what terms. You know, America already has the space base up in Thule in northwest Greenland. So they've always had an army base up there. Now it's a space base after the first Trump term. Just changed into the Space Force. And both Greenland and Denmark have always been in NATO. So that means, you know, it's not like we haven't had any US presence here before. It's more like a continuum. And the most realistic prospects for the future for expanding military presence is that one or two new naval bases may appear on the East Coast. I can see that into the future, like 5 or 10 years from now.
So that's Torstein Vidal. A longer interview with him will be up on our show page later tonight at thisweek.org.uk. It's lovely to hear his voice. He's sporting an amazingly massive long beard now, down to his chest, and looking like almost like a kind of wild man of the hills, now living in the capital of Greenland. But Martin, the reason Greenland seems to be important is that if we've got a split developing in NATO, Greenland is a Danish territory. The Americans have got their eye on it, saying, actually, we want that, thank you. This is a sort of geopolitical thing, isn't it?
It is, and of course, Trump takes delight in throwing hand grenades around and saying that he's going to take over Greenland is one of them. I think that people in Greenland, 85% of them want to be independent of Denmark. The problem with being independent of Denmark is that they do get Danish social security. So, in other words, the Danes subsidise the Greenlanders. So, if they were to have independence, then they would lose that subsidy. And of course, there's already an American base there. And of course, they're now talking about the Arctic being militarised. But of course, that was one of the things that the Russians and the Americans were discussing in Saudi Arabia.
Well, I mean, one of the things that Torstein talks about is this thing called Thule Air Base, Thule Air Base, which is a US air base in Greenland. So they're kind of already there as a NATO country. It's now being taken over by the United States Space Force, apparently. And the pictures of it, you expect Greenland to be completely covered in ice. It's not. The city, which is called Nuuk, the capital, which is where Torstein is mostly green most of the year, as is the Thule Air Base. But the Americans are already in there, Martin.
Well, that's right. So they want to take over Greenland for two reasons. A, because of its geographical location in terms of stopping people coming, stopping Russian fleets coming into the Atlantic, but also because there's plenty of, because of the Arctic is melting, there's a possibility of all sorts of minerals and oil and so on in Greenland, which the Americans want.
It's actually, sorry, I mispronounced it. It's actually pronounced Thule. And in fact, I think Torstein pronounces it Thule. If you look at what the Thule Society is, it's a Nazi organisation. As a group founded in Munich, funnily enough, just where the security conference takes place, where the Nazi Party headquarters was, where the headquarters of the Pan-European movement that was behind the creation of the EEC and the European Union, where they were too. And it was created shortly after World War I and named after a mythical northern country in Greek legend. So maybe that's why the US government is considering changing the name of this airbase. It does sort of, it's almost like they're doffing their cap to the Nazis, putting that base there and calling it this name.
Well, I mean, that's that's in a way neither here nor there, isn't it? It's to do with the US desire to dominate the the Western Hemisphere, the Monroe Doctrine and all the rest of it. I think what might happen is that the Greenlanders will vote because they're going to have an election very shortly. They may decide to be independent of Denmark, and they could perhaps leave NATO and say the Americans have got to take their base and go home. That would be interesting if that happened, wouldn't it?
Would it? I think that they wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, they probably wouldn't be allowed to do that because there's no democracy, is there? We all know that.
No, as we're about to hear from Stephen Dorrell, because we had quite a good discussion last week about Harold Wilson and the ousting of Harold Wilson. So I thought I'd try and track down somebody who we mentioned his book last week called Smear. And Harold Wilson was the Labour Prime Minister in the 1960s and 1970s, won many elections. I think. Do you remember how many he won?
I can't remember offhand.
Something like 5 elections, maybe. Anyway, because there were lots of elections. There was all sorts of economic turmoil, and I always remember Harold Wilson was not. He was the leader of the opposition. Edward Heath was the Prime Minister, and there was a miners' strike, and Heath decided, which totally backfired, to call an election based around who was in charge of the country. Was it the miners, or was it Edward Heath? And the country voted against Edward Heath and for Harold Wilson. Anyway, I thought he was a superb Prime Minister. I certainly remember in those days all sorts of great laws being passed which were good for the people. He was a very clever guy, but he was ousted, and I thought the best thing to do is go to Stephen Dorrell to ask him about that. And what happened. He has done a lot of work on this. He's also done a book called The Unofficial History of MI6, which is well worth a read. And, of course, because he's done that book, quite a lot of people since he did it, maybe 10 years ago or so, have come to him and given him even more information. So this interview I'll put up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk later on. Here is Stephen Dorrell speaking to me earlier this week about the Wilson plot. His book was Smear, and he picks out one senior intelligence officer as the one who was really behind the ousting of the Prime Minister, Harold Wilson.
This is another case, again, where a lot of this stuff is in the public domain, but historians, academics refuse to kind of confront it. I was consultant to a program about this, and I said, you need to talk to Lord Hunt, who was the Cabinet Secretary under Wilson. And he carried out, when Wilson resigned, at the bequest of Callaghan, an inquiry into what had happened. And he produced a report which said there had been plotting. And this is coming from a Cabinet Secretary. So when a Cabinet Secretary says something, you have to take it seriously, or you should take it seriously. And he said there were principally 2 people who were running this. One was the person we know, Peter Wright in MI5, and he said that there were a group of MI5 officers who were basically mavericks out of control, and they were running stories against Wilson. The other one was George Kennedy Young, who was former deputy chief of MI6 in the 50s. He resigned in 62, and in my opinion, was the most important intelligence officer post-war in Britain. And he had, well, it started off in the 1930s and 40s as a left-wing journalist, but by the 50s he turned to the right, principally under the influence, I think, of his wife, who is a Dutch and an anti-Semitic. And he, in the 60s, decided he wanted to build up a political base, which he started in the Monday Club, attempted to take that over, and through that process met other people on the right.
That's a group of Tory MPs, yeah?
The Monday Club was right-wing Tory MPs based essentially on support of South Africa, Rhodesia, and they were mostly Powellites, supporters of Enoch Powell. And Young got involved in that and set up various committees, anti-immigration committees, and he put together a group of people who were anti-Labour, anti-Wilson, pro-immigration, and they started to organise. And Young had been mostly responsible for the coup against Iran in 1953. it was his control of the various assets that had actually caused that to win in the end, when the Americans wavered and he forced it through. And he used, essentially, as far as I can see, the same techniques, which is what you do is you build up action committees. That was his favourite word, action. These are small little propaganda committees, and he did this in the UK. There are mostly people on the extreme right. You publicise various things, you put in smears, you attempt to undermine what's going on. Young would eventually be the person who really led to this whole thing about paedophiles, that he thought the British establishment was corrupt. That meant not only Wilson, but Heath. And the first part of this was to undermine Heath. Young was part of Tory Action. He set it up, which was to promote Mrs. Thatcher in the constituencies, with Airy Neve and one or two others. He was very active. He had the support of some intelligence people, and he worked with Peter Wright, and they brought together a group of people in about 73, 74, who began to organise these campaigns. And they had access to intelligence material about alleged communist links of Labour ministers, supporters, and of Wilson. The idea being that Wilson may have been recruited in the 1950s by the Russians, which was ridiculous. And
well, it's not so ridiculous. Quite clearly, that it would be in the Russian interest to recruit, rising stars in the Labour movement, wouldn't it?
Well, absolutely, but Wilson was not. Wilson was a left-to-centre Labour politician. He never had any kind of communist links, which you could say of various people in the Labour Party in the 50s and 60s. They did. They weren't important, but he hadn't. It all went back to his role as a junior minister in the late 1940s, when some British jet engines were sold to the Russians. And there were people who would later accuse him of being an appeaser, of being in with the Russians, etc. And in 74, some smear sheets were given out to a journalist on the Times and into Private Eye. Private Eye became a conduit for a lot of this stuff, which they denied for a long time, but I did a big piece on showing how it was used, about the jet engines. And they resurrected all this kind of stuff, and they ran it through these little action committees. And eventually, if you do that enough, it gets picked up by the main press, and they start to run these things. And so a lot of what's happening in 74, 75 with Wilson is kind of trying to battle these various campaigns in the press. But on top of that, there are also burglaries, and I have some evidence of how those were carried out. And there were also buggings. And for a long, long time, it was simply dismissed as conspiracy theory. And I went to conferences with intelligence people and intelligence academics who, just laughed at all of this. And then the official history of MI5 came out, and a piece was missing, which the person who wrote that, Christopher Andrew, admitted. He wasn't allowed to put in a certain piece, and that certain piece was that bugging equipment was put into number 10 in 1963 post the Profumo affair, and ministers were not told.
Well, there's echoes of Watergate here, aren't there?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Jonathan Friedland wrote a very good piece about a decade ago in The Guardian saying this is Britain's Watergate. And people just kind of dismissed it. This is not serious. And I spoke to somebody, an intelligence person, who was asked by Peter Wright to bug Wilson. He said he wouldn't do it because it was illegal, but he gave in the name of a person who had a company that did this kind of thing, and Peter Wright approached them. There was a lot going on. There's a lot more still to come out, but it's kind of, you have to keep digging away at it.
Well, look, we're now in the situation where this law was passed 3 years ago or so, which says that it doesn't matter if it's illegal, that actually the security services can just simply break the law. They've got a form of impunity, including murder.
Yes and no. I think that's not really true. One thing, of course, is that MI6 are not supposed to operate domestically. MI5 are the domestic security service, and they are allowed to operate domestically, but they are still subject to the law. And if they are, if you discover that they are carrying out burglaries, that would probably domestically against politicians or whatever, that would bring them down. Similarly, if MI6 are carrying out stuff domestically in this country, that is not on, and that would bring them down. But you have to understand the way that they operate. These are clever people, or were clever people. I'm not sure they're so clever anymore. They operate on the system of plausible deniability, which means an MI6 officer, for instance, never actually recruits the agent who carries out the work. They use a cutout. They recruit an agent, and it might be, I can think of one specific instance, a senior police officer who then runs the agents who carry out the work. So if that person who carries out the work is ever discovered, there is no direct link to the service. And this is plausible deniability. And they do that abroad, and they did that here in the 60s and 70s.
Well, fascinating. I found that interview with Stephen Dorrell, the author of Smear, about the Harold Wilson plot, and also he's going quite deeply there into the connections. A couple of things he says, Martin, in the longer interview, which I'll put up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk, and I think it's worth maybe next week going into some of the, because I asked him about the economic aspects of what it was that Wilson was doing that the IMF didn't like, and so he talked a lot about the framing of the Wilson plot and the ousting of the Prime Minister relating to Britain's economy. So we can have a listen to that one next week, maybe. But what do you make of what he was saying there? It sounds to me like pretty concerted. I mean, it's very much, as I talked to him in the interview, mentioned that this is a little bit like the British version of Watergate.
Well, it is, and of course the implication of this is that the deep state in our country controls the political process on behalf of foreign powers, presumably the Americans.
And you might say ever since 1976 it has.
Well, yes, I mean, that deep state is still there and still manipulating things from behind the scenes. If Jeremy Corbyn had ever become Prime Minister, the whole of all of this stuff would have been mobilised against him. And of course, he never got to be Prime Minister because they did mobilise against him and prevent him from being.
Well, thank you very much for bringing up Jeremy Corbyn, because we had Chris Williamson, the former MP, who's now deputy leader of George Galloway's Workers' Party, last week talking about this clip, which I found, which is Giles Brandreth, going around Guildford, the capital of the stockbroker belt, asking people what they want and then showing them that these are actually Corbyn's policies.
I've come to Guildford, capital of the home counties, armed with a list of policies and pronouncements. They're all those of Jeremy Corbyn, but I'm keeping quiet about that for the time being because I'm looking for secret socialists. Can I find any closet Reds? among the blue rinses? Would you like to see university fees scrapped and replaced with maintenance grants?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah.
Would you like to see university fees scrapped and replaced with... Very good, my gosh. Would you support a fully funded NHS integrated with social care with an end to privatisation?
Yes. Yes.
Would you like to see private rents linked to local average earnings levels?
Yes.
Good. Are you in favour of restoring the 50% tax rate on incomes over £150,000?
Oh, good heavens, yes. Definitely.
Good. 4 answers there, which reveal to me that you are a secret socialist.
Oh, no.
Yes. Those policies are policies advocated by Jeremy Corbyn.
Oh, my goodness me.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Terrible.
You are, in fact, madam, a secret socialist, because you have just been espousing the policies of this man.
No, sorry.
We have now uncovered a secret socialist in the streets of Guildford. Now, you see you've got dark glasses on.
Yes.
You'll now, in Guildford, need to wear them.
Yes, indeed.
Because, you know, there are not many of you people here in Guildford, except we're discovering quite a few. Would you like to see private rents linked to local average earnings?
Yeah, great idea, yeah.
Should we scrap plans for renewing the Trident nuclear defence system, freeing up £100 billion?
No.
Oh. Would you like to see stronger anti-avoidance rules brought into UK tax law?
Yes.
You're not a socialist, and yet the majority of your answers coincide exactly with the views of this man.
Oh, okay.
You are communistas, yay, in Guildford.
Don't say I'm a Tory with left leanings. Maybe I need to get the beige jacket.
I think so. Why not? And the vest.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No.
This is the man who you've just been... It's his policies you've been advocating, madam.
Well, that is really frightening. I think I better go back in my hole.
So Giles Brandreth there having some fun back, I think that was in 2017 on the One Show, Martin. It actually is just beautiful to hear someone actually bothering to do that, as so many of these so-called Tories actually do support renationalising many of the industries that Margaret Thatcher sold off.
Well, that's right, and it's just common sense, really, isn't it? And of course, the Tory party in the 50s, you know, they built Harold Macmillan built more council houses than any Labour government, and there was a general consensus that you know, the state should be intervening in the economy, and it was just regarded as normal. What's happened since then, of course, is that everybody's, you know, most people, in fact, do have commonsensical views about the economy, but they're not allowed to, you know, there's no way for the system to allow to allow anybody to come anywhere near power who's going to do anything.
It seems, yeah, there's only these sort of outriding parties like Reform actually starting to do very well. They've overtaken the Tories, haven't they? And George Galloway's party is completely shut out of the whole scenario. In fact, what seems to have happened with the privatisation is that we have got a country now that has become absolutely riddled with corruption. And the idea is that, for example, with the energy prices, well, they're just on a ratchet upwards because the industry wants everyone to pay far more for the end. One of the reasons why, for example, we've got a whole load of new solar farms is because the price that the owners of those farms are being paid for the electricity is way above what it's actually costing to produce it, because the whole thing is a fixed market. And as you said about the carbon markets last week, Martin, it's all fixed, so it's corrupt. One of the places where it's very dangerous when it becomes corrupt is the police. And this week there's a new book out called Force of Evil about the Clydach murders and South Wales police. This is in place in Swansea in 1999. There was a horrific house fire where when the fire brigade turned up, they realised there were a whole load of battered bodies inside. And it turns out that it looks as if a police officer actually did set fire to the house and kill the people who were inside, possibly before, including children and an old lady. And then they've spent the last 25 years, or 25 years now, covering this up. So they're supposed to be a very corrupt organisation, South Wales Police. Probably a lot of Freemasonry involved as well in this sort of thing, in Masonic networks covering things up. But anyway, I spoke earlier this week to John Morris, who's one of the two authors of this new book about the Clydach murders, and he explains a little bit about the case and how they know that this is a miscarriage of justice, a ghastly miscarriage of justice in South Wales Police that goes right to the top. And let's think about who is at the top of South Wales Police. Well, up until recently, it was a guy called Matt Jukes, who's now the head of the anti-terror branch in London, who has been arresting scores of, or maybe not scores, but certainly a lot of journalists, people like Richard Medhurst and others who've been arrested over the last 6 or 8 months as if they are terrorists, when actually they are defending human rights. So Matt Jukes was the Chief Constable of South Wales Police while some of this cover-up has been going on.
On the night of 26th of June and Sunday the 27th of June, that's the time when the murders were committed. They were discovered early the following morning following a house fire. It wasn't realised at first that there had been a murder, but it soon became very, very clear that it was. Firemen that went into the house began bringing out the bodies, and they pretty soon discovered that they had been battered and very badly attacked. And so it was clear that it was a murder very early on. Stuart Lewis arrived at the crime scene very early on in the morning of the murders, but he didn't stay very long. He went into the house. He asked the firemen to wash the house down, which if they'd done so would have destroyed any DNA and fingerprint evidence.
So who is this guy?
There are 4 Lewises actually. There are 2 Lewis brothers who are both police officers in South Wales Police. And you have Alison Lewis, who's an ex-WPC. She left the force some years before, suffering with mental health. And Alison, of course, was Mandy Power, one of the victims' lesbian lovers. Alison Lewis was married to Stephen Lewis. Their marriage was going through a very bad time. They were heading towards separation or divorce. Stuart Lewis was Stephen's identical twin brother, biologically identical twin brother, but they also have another brother called Christopher, who never featured in the first 2 books, but he features in this one quite a lot. Well, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. The police had a problem. The police did not want to prosecute 3 of their own or 4 of their own. Furthermore, they were under orders not to do so, we believe, and they had to find a way out of the problem that they had. They knew that the Lewises were under suspicion, and they could have arrested them with all the information, the evidence that they had, but they failed to do so for a year, well, just about a year. I think it was Detective Superintendent Martin Lloyd Evans appeared on a Sky TV interview and said that a witness, who was of course Louise Pugh, who lived with Mandy Power and the family, came forward almost a year after the murders and told them 2 new pieces of information that they didn't know about before, and on that basis they decided to arrest the Lewises at that time, a year later. Now that was clearly untrue, and we've proved it's untrue, because the 2 new pieces of information were that Mandy Power told them a year afterwards that Stephen Lewis had threatened to kill Mandy Power and possibly her family too, and secondly that she had gone into Quick Save in Clydach and bought some wine because Alison Lewis was due to be coming round that night. Now we know that's not true, because in 2014 it was discovered that there was a memo left on the Holmes Police computer system that said that was handed in by a police informer the day before the murders, on the 28th of June, that said that Mandy Power has been threatened by a senior police officer, threatened to be killed by a senior police officer, and she's very, very worried about it. And that was posted on the Holmes computer system at the time of the murders. Also, there were a number of friends of Mandy Power who were in the street at the time who were telling all the detectives that Stephen Lewis had threatened Mandy Power and he should be investigated, but the police never did anything about that at the time at all. And the other point was that she'd gone into Quick Save to buy the bottle of wine. Well, and then the police showed a video film which showed Mandy Power and one of her daughters walking around inside inside QuickSave, and they said that they had just retrieved that film based upon what Louise Pugh had told them. But we know that's not true as well, because we have researched this, and we've discovered that the footage from QuickSave erased itself after 2 weeks. And the person who was in the store at the time, the store manager at the time, said that within days of the murders, the police came into the store and retrieved and took away with them the CCTV evidence. So all the evidence that Martin Lloyd Evans said he only had a year later was completely untrue, and in fact he had that evidence within days of the murders.
What would possibly be the motive for the policeman to have murdered Mandy Power?
Extreme jealousy. Alison Lewis was having a lesbian affair with Mandy Power, quite a steamy lesbian affair from what I can gather, and she was also conducting lesbian affairs with other women, all this behind her husband's back. Her husband knew about it, and he was getting very irate, and that's one of the reasons which caused him to drive to the house 3 weeks before the murders and tell Mandy Power in the presence of Louise Pugh, "Stay away from my wife or I will kill you." He may have said kill you all, but certainly Mandy and one of her children, or both of her children, were reduced to tears, and they just flopped down in the doorway, absolutely terrified of what the senior police officer had said to them. He then went off, jumped in his car, and screeched off down the road. And there have been more miscarriages of justice proven in South Wales than just about anywhere else. In this book, we identify 3 people that were never previously identified as being involved in the killings. The killings were carried out in a very specific way. It could well be that the children weren't supposed to be there that night. In fact, the children weren't supposed to be there that night. They were due to be staying with their father, Michael Power, but he brought the children back on the Saturday, saying he had work commitments and he couldn't look after them anymore. I think that Mandy Power is very unhappy about that, because she intended to spend the evening with Alison Lewis when she came home from her babysitting task. So to have the children there was very inconvenient for her as well.
Can you say something about your co-author? How did you come to be doing this as a pair?
Paul Dowling heard about the murders on the radio, I think it was, when he was travelling somewhere. He heard about them for the first time. And I think fairly soon afterwards he was watching a TV news programme where Martin Lloyd Evans appeared. And he told me that Lloyd Evans looked as though he was a rabbit caught in the headlights, and that he thought that he just wasn't telling the truth. Now, Paul and our team really have been researching this case from the word go, literally from the word go. Paul has got more than 24 years experience of researching the Clidic murders. He knows what he's talking about. We put everything through our team. The team contribute towards the book as well. They've all contributed towards it, and we all have one goal in mind, which is to get to the truth of the murders and see justice done. Paul Dowling is, I think, a retired engineer. He's very determined, very dogged. He goes out, he will interview witnesses, and he will dig up evidence where there didn't appear to be any evidence. He will talk to witnesses. They will reveal to him what they might not reveal to anybody else. He's a wonderful first-class investigator and a researcher.
So the book is called Force of Evil. It's the third major book on the Clidic murders, and shame on South Wales Police. Shame on Chief Constable Matt Dukes, who's now at the anti-terror branch going around arresting pro-Palestinian, pro-human rights journalists, and just as corrupt, it sounds to me, as if the senior police in South Wales Police back in 1999, who've embarked on this horrific, horrifying, disgusting cover-up of a murder carried out by their own officers. Or officer, and just this disgusting concept, Martin, isn't it? Really, that the state finds it very difficult to find itself guilty of particularly of horrific murders like this.
Well, obviously, this is a specific case, and you know, the person who's written the book has obviously done all the research. So there we are. I don't think it implies state. You know, this is a straightforward crime, isn't it? It's being carried out by a police officer.
Well, the South Wales Police, they oversee the Welsh Parliament, don't they? So it's obviously very political.
Well, it obviously anything like this is political in one way, but there's not really. It's not really. It's not like we were talking earlier about MI5 trying to overthrow the government, is it? It's basically police misconduct.
Well, it sounds to me as if you've got a totally corrupt police force anyway. If a police officer can go and murder a woman and children and an old lady, and then somebody gets fitted up for it and then dies in prison, that doesn't sound too good to me. Anyway, we've got a couple of subjects before we finish. Do you know, have you heard of somebody called Curtis Yarvin, Martin, I wonder?
Curtis Yarvin? No.
Because I've only just come across him. It was a terrific podcast about him. I mean, he's one of the people who is a big ideologue for the tech giants over in the United States. And there is a program called The Majority Report with Sam Sedder over in the United States, which has taken a good old look at this. And what he says is that the media is not getting it. They're looking at the idea of what is the actual plan. And what we're going to hear, this is of the tech giants, what they're planning. I mean, we've been hearing over the last couple of weeks that the idea may be just to sort of replace government with AI that's controlled by them. That's their objective. It's a pretty simple objective, but that's one of the reasons why we have these kind of religious ceremonies around how wonderful artificial intelligence is. Anyway, so let's have a listen to a clip from the Majority Report program, and they're interviewing this guy who's he's been a press consultant, and he's also been in part of the Democratic Party, getting very, very, very annoyed about what these tech giants are up to. Gil Duran is his name.
Everything is considered negotiable, and there's no opposition that's organizing to really counter what these guys are doing. Instead, the Democratic Party's stance seems to be that, well, we're just going to let them do it as much bad stuff as possible, and everybody will be against it. We're starting to see some people stand up and resist it. We've got people like AOC and others. Jamie Raskin said the other day that they're trying to install a tech monarchy. People are creeping toward it. But I think what people need to understand is that this is not random chaos. This is a strategy, and it's a strategy they've been talking about and writing about and bragging about for years. And once you understand that, then it takes on a different meaning. You can make more sense of what's happening. And basically, we've got an unelected, foreign-born billionaire up in our government, destroying it and defying our laws. This is exactly the kind of nightmare our Constitution was designed to prevent. And we need to be very aware of that, because we can stop it, but not if we stay asleep for too long. If these guys are trying to do as much damage as they can, as quickly as possible, because that's their key to keeping power. And I don't mean keeping power for 4 years. I mean keeping power in general. And to see the Democratic Party largely silent, to see the major media outlets not really getting it, is pretty scary. That to me is the scariest thing of all. People should, this is an advanced conversation. Catch up, get your pants on, get your boots on, and get out the door. It's time to go. And I don't really see that happening from the party that, again, I worked for very mainstream politicians for most of my career.
Yeah, do you think the Democratic Party is up to the job in pursuing people like Elon Musk?
Well, no. I mean, the control mechanisms within the US are very, very strong, aren't they? So nobody gets anywhere near any kind of power who hasn't been compromised by the deep state and all of its... I
mean, we're going to get... Gil Duran will tell you what he thinks their plan is, which we've been hearing about the last couple of weeks. So this is, the sort of quid pro quo for Trump doing the right thing over Ukraine, maybe. So let's have a listen to Peter Thiel. He's on this podcast, Majority Report, which I'll put a link to the full thing up on our show page. It's a fascinating little listen, thisweek.org.uk later. And here is Peter Thiel comparing a modern United States to the Mines of Moria in the Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
One way to think of the Weimar period was, it's like the dwarves in Moria, where they dwelled too deep, and finally they awakened the nameless terror of the Balrog. But I think there are. I don't think we're ever in a cyclical world, but there are certainly certain parallels in the U.S. in the 2020s to Germany in the 1920s, where liberalism is exhausted. One suspects that democracy, whatever that means, is exhausted. And we have to ask some questions very far outside the open window.
When he talks about the Weimar Republic being like the mines of Moria awakening the Balrog, what does he mean?
Peter Thiel is an extremely dangerous person, isn't he? And
what was the Weimar Republic? I think that's probably a simpler question to ask you.
Well, the Weimar Republic was the regime in Germany after the end of the First World War, and it was they obviously there was some kind of a democracy, but it was destabilised by reparations payments, and that's what led to the hyperinflation. And then, of course, in 1929, the stock market in the US collapsed, and that led to mass unemployment. And we all know what that led to. It led to the rise of Hitler. And, of course, modern US is, it's potentially a dangerous fascist autocracy.
Yeah, I mean, Peter Thiel...
That's what it's going to be.
He likes using all this Lord of the Rings analogies. In fact, J.D. Vance has got one of these Lord of the Rings styled companies. Several people have. But anyway, let's have a listen now to this guy, Curtis Yarvin. There's various in this. It's called... this podcast is called Curtis Yarvin's Cult for Billionaire Morons. And the Curtis Yarvin is one of the ideologues behind this cult, as, of course, is my old school friend, Nazi Nick Land. But let's have a listen now to Curtis Yarvin himself.
This is Curtis Yarvin being interviewed at the New York Times. This came out about 3 weeks ago, I guess.
We know Mark Andreessen, and so I sent this piece to Mark Andreessen. And it's an excerpt from the diary of Harold Ickes, who's FDR's Secretary of the Interior. And it's a little diary entry describing a cabinet meeting in 1933. And what happens in this cabinet meeting is that Francis Perkins, who's the Secretary of Labor, comes in to this meeting and is like, here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do. FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and is like, this is crap, aren't you doing? Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill will be fixed and then passed through Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO. And so, the question of, was FDR a dictator? What does it mean to be a dictator? What does this pejorative word mean? I don't know. What I know is that Americans of all stripes, Democrats, Republicans, and everyone, except for a few right-wing Republicans, basically revere FDR. And FDR ran the New Deal like a startup.
Okay. Okay.
So Roosevelt ran the New Deal like a startup. What do you make of this guy, Curtis Yarvin?
Well, I mean, I've only just heard the clip there. I don't really know much about him, obviously. I only just heard that little clip. I know a bit more about FDR. Obviously, one of the very successful US politicians.
Well, he's saying he was a charlatan, really. That's what he's saying.
Well, I mean, obviously, FDR had many failings, but he was quite a successful politician. And of course, what he did in the New Deal in the US was he transformed the way in which the government operated in the economy, and in many ways, he put America back to work, and that's what he's remembered for.
Well, he's remembered by Wikipedia as a mate of Nick Land. Curtis Guy Yarvin, born in 1973, is known, along with philosopher Nick Land, for founding the anti-egalitarian, anti-democratic philosophical movement known as the Dark Enlightenment. They're both accelerationists. They both want to accelerate the end of the world, Armageddon, although they might maybe deny that. Certainly that seems to be what they're doing. And he's saying things like, in fact, in the New York Times last month, Martin, he's writing saying, democracy's had it. Democracy's gone. There isn't any left.
Well, I mean, he's got anti-democratic values, hasn't he? I mean, and of course it wouldn't be surprising that he doesn't like FDR much, because FDR was in fact a democratic politician who actually, carried out policies which were against the interests of the wealthy elite that he came from.
And of course they're railing against Trump But anyway, let's have a listen to this. As I said, this is a Majority Report podcast with Sam Seder. The guy they are interviewing mostly in this is Gil Duran, ex-Democratic Party worker, and he has this to say about what he thinks the actual plan of these tech giants is in the United States and for the rest of the world right now.
Before we get to Project 2025, will you just lay out the plan for us? Because then I think it overlays over Project 2025.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the plan in the blueprint that Yarvin had? Well, in 2022, Yarvin updated his plan to a second Trump administration, and it's called the Butterfly Revolution. He did this on his Substack, and he said that the basic plan would be, and he said, this is all imaginary scenario, a harmless thought exercise, but the idea would be to install a CEO-style dictator while keeping Trump as the figurehead, to then purge career government employees, basically carry out rage, retire all government employees, to weaken these institutions, get rid of any people who are loyal to democracy, replace them with loyal ninjas who would answer to the CEO dictator, not to the democratic process or to Congress or anybody like that. Then start centralizing executive power under the executive branch, rebutting the courts, refusing to go along with the laws, just challenging every aspect of the system to break it. And then, and also bypassing congressional oversight, and then use this new centralized power to start seizing the other centers of power in society, media power, academia, establish complete control over the information sphere, because in order to have this experiment last, you have to make sure it controls information because it needs to control future elections. It does no good if in 2 years we get the Congress back or in 4 years we get the White House back. So that was the scary vision he laid out in 2022. And as far as I can tell,
that sounds impossible.
Yeah, everything that Musk is doing, again, it could all be a vast coincidence. I'm a skeptical person myself. I'm a journalist. I come from mainstream politics, but it seems to me that they're doing everything on their list so far. And I've come to a point where I'm not going to underestimate these guys anymore. I am going to underestimate all of the people whose job it is to be telling people what's going on. I think if most of the American people knew what was happening right now, they would be very much against it. But no one is saying it.
No one is saying, well, they're saying it here, and so are you, good old Democrat Party worker and journalist Gil Duran on the Majority Report with Sam Seder there, the cult of maniacs now running America. So I think I'll put obviously the full version of that podcast up and link to the video up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. And finally, the atom bombs program we did last week. They're really, this is I've had all sorts of interesting chats with various people about all this over the week, and several of them suggesting yes, this is the case, that the Nazis were developing atomic weapons right at the very beginning of the war, right the way through the war. If you go to R.V. Jones's best-selling book from the 1980s, Most Secret War, you will find many of the closing chapters of that are to do with Winston Churchill being extremely worried, nervous about an atomic bomb being in a V2, which was to land on London. But actually that is nothing compared to what good old Todd Ryder has been revealing in this 4-part series. I put up a compilation of it. It's also a PowerPoint presentation, so you can see where he's got all the information from. And I really love Todd's style, even though it's been completely hidden away on the internet for the last couple of years. This presentation is very difficult to find. When I did find it, it just blew my mind. So I got all 4 parts and put them into one video. Please do share it around to anyone you know that might be interested in such topics, scientists or whatever, historians, because it certainly seems very credible. And we're going to have another short clip from that tonight, because not only has Todd done presentations on Nazi nuclear bomb technology, but also on the technology around the ability to deliver that technology, that is to say ballistic missiles, even a rocket into space with 2 people on it, which they believe may have even been tested. But they've done all the plans to hit New York with a guided thermonuclear bomb on a bigger version of the V2. So lots and lots of work had gone into this. And so, as Martin and I were saying last week, the obvious corollary for this is that there would have been threats against the United States and Britain made by Nazi Germany, and all sorts of deals done at the end of World War II. And that's why much of this has been kept so incredibly secret. But anyway, Todd has done an absolutely amazing job in exposing the links between the Nazis, the British and the Americans at the end of the war.
There's a lot of evidence also from the Allied side. So from December 1944, here is the diary of FDR's secretary. She says that FDR had just been informed by a reliable source that the Germans have a bomb that will kill everything within a mile, and that the German program to develop that bomb is, quote, way ahead of us. So ahead of the Manhattan Project as known by FDR and his advisors. Here's a document that I found at the National Archives. This was also from December 1944. It says intelligence indicates that the enemy is working in the project field, meaning nuclear weapons, and they have evidence that the enemy has succeeded in producing this and has a project on utilization of how to actually use the bomb against enemy targets. It presents the evidence for this, the intelligence evidence that had been collected in an appendix called Tab A. So this document is present in National Archives, but when I went to find Tab A, there's only a yellow card that says, in the review of this file, this item was removed because access to it is restricted after 77 years. So if there was no German nuclear program, why is all this information in the archives still being withheld? Here was a Newsweek report from 1945, just after the end of the war, and it said, since the surrender of the Nazi armies, Allied officers, blabbing to Newsweek reporters, have revealed that Germany would have been able to strike with atomic bombs by January 1945. The highest Allied officials, so it was high Allied officials talking to Newsweek reporters, knew that such explosives could have won the war for the Axis. And then here's a report from General Marshall, September 45, again after the war, saying German technological advances, such as the development of atomic explosives, made it imperative that we attack before these terrible weapons could be turned against us. So Marshall was admitting that these existed as well.
So that's Dr. Todd Ryder, another excerpt from his reports. Martin, he spent years in the archives digging out these various documents. He's also got a complete spread of different evidence, been through many newspapers as well from the 1940s at the end of the war, because lots and lots of individuals involved in keeping this secret later, at the time, at the end of the war, were quite happy to talk about it for a while, including photographs, diagrams, for example, plans that the Nazis had done to actually get this hydrogen bomb that they developed all the way to the United States. And people often forget one of the key ingredients of a hydrogen bomb is heavy water. Very important, because you have a small, if you can call it that, atom bomb that goes off, a fission device, and the hydrogen bomb is a fusion device, and it uses deuterium, heavy water, as a fuel to go take you from the kiloton yield up into the megaton yield. And that's why the Nazis had so many heavy water plants, because they already knew. The official history tells us that the hydrogen bomb wasn't developed until the 1950s. So it is a quite interesting revelation, this, isn't it? Do you think about the deals done between the Nazis, the British and the Americans at the end of the war?
Well, yes, and obviously more and more, as time goes on, more and more details about this come out. But it was pretty obvious when Reinhard Gehlen became the head of the BND, the West German Intelligence Service. He'd been formerly the head of the Gestapo. And of course, the Russians picked up on that straight away. You know, the large chunks of the Nazi apparatus were just absorbed into NATO.
And it's also interesting that the Russians were actually overrunning many of these nuclear sites. They didn't blab about it, I suppose, because this technology was seen as so crucial. They didn't want the world to know about it. They didn't want the Americans to know how much they knew as well.
Well, that's right. And of course, they developed their own bombs pretty rapidly at the end of World War II. Of course, Operation Unthinkable was being discussed, but Churchill was very much in favour of using nuclear weapons on the Soviet Union, but wiser counsels prevailed, and of course eventually the Soviets got their own nuclear weapons, and we've been living on the edge of the abyss ever since.
We're just going to finish up, at least I'm going to attempt to finish up with a poem this week from Patrizia Opulenza about Donald Trump. Ode, What a Tangled Web They Weave. I'm sure that's not the first time you've used that title, Patrizia. No, we've had that before, I think. It might be a bit difficult when indexing this year's compilation. Anyway, Zelensky, in street fighting mood, name-calling Don and being rude. His dreams of mansion life and wealth to powder white, dashed hope of stealth. Sign off this war, the Don gets tough. Zell knows his days soon in the rough. Defect to Russia, his only bet. Strike deal with Putin, a pardon get. Oh, what a web between them weaved. Warmonger Keir to US pleads. Perhaps false flag unite the nations. High-profile death. Assassination. Zell on the skids, so many dead. Don deals with Stefanchuk instead. 350 billion in laundry washed. Conscription Keir for peace see quash. The Don has troubles of his own. Fort Knox the gold, all out on loan. While Muskie bin on sacking spree. As Kellogg's flakes all soggy see. Confusion, illusion, NATO soon gone. Rothschild behind each dying swan. Treachery, treason and double dealing, the empire crumbles, no rhyme nor reason. Gone are the days when troops could muster, the public wiser, no leader, truster. Dark forces shaping policy, lockstep for all with eyes that see. Thank you very much, Patrizia. So that's all for this week. Time to sign off now. Thanks to our guests, Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers, also to Dr. Judith Brown from the Control of Information Substack. Also, the particularly special this week, if people are interested in this sort of thing, the author of The Unofficial History of MI6, that is, whose name escapes me for a moment, Stephen Dorrell, that's right, yep. And also that podcast about Curtis Yarvin, absolutely fascinating. I didn't realise he was quite so matey with Dark Enlightenment Nazi Nick either, my old school friend. So you can download our MP3s to listen in the car or anywhere you like. Follow Tony Gosling Censored on Telegram. Do please send us, and you can get Martin's email address if you want, interviews and story tips on my Telegram channel and via the Not the BCFM Politics show page, which includes the podcast, full-length interviews, story links and a comment page. And you can subscribe if you want to my free weekly newsletter. If you can afford it, just donate or even set up a small monthly sub at thisweek.org.uk. We've been streaming live from the Eaststone Studios in Bristol, on the talkradio.org.uk stream, at DJ Plug Radio in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, and live on the Not the BCFM Politics Show app. If you can restream us live or rebroadcast us, just let me know and we'll credit you here. Thanks also to sound engineer Dave Bazenko. Here's wishing you a relaxing and enjoyable weekend. Do please join us for Not the BCFM Politics Show next Friday at 5. God bless, and don't let the satanic banksters get you down.
Look, Mummy, there's no plane up in the sky.
frightened ones? Did you hear the falling bombs? Did you ever wonder why we had to run for shelter when the promise of a brave new world unfurled beneath the clear blue sky? Did you hear the falling bombs? The flames are all long gone, but the pain lingers on. Goodbye, blue sky. Goodbye, blue sky. Goodbye. Goodbye. What shall we use to fill the empty spaces where we used to talk? How shall I fill the final places? How should I complete the wall? I'm just a newborn, stranger in this town. Where are all the good times? Who's gonna show this stranger around?
United States calling. Are we reaching? He keeps hanging up. And it's a man answering.
Oh my God, what a fabulous room. Are all these your guitars?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to startle you.
This place is bigger than our apartment.
Let me know when you're entering a room. Yes, sir.
Can I get a drink of water?
I was wondering.
You want some? Huh?
Yes. I'm here when you're ready. I have to perform the kiss. I'm hard to do.
Want to take a bath?
I'll have to find out from Mrs. Magron what time she wants to eat. As for her maid, needless to say, she can have it. Okay?
What are you watching?